over the last 2 years. The old Pat Riley, you will see this summer. The old Pat Riley, the moment in his head he realized, I'm not going to extend Jimmy, would not try to motivate Jimmy, he would trade him. The moment that Pat Riley realized Tyler needs to toughen up, and he was amazing this year, would have traded him. The old Pat Riley was way more ruthless. I will guarantee you, you will see a ruthless version of Pat Riley this year, and next year, look out.
Okay, how much you want to bet?
I don't know how to define ruthlessness. How do you bet on ruthlessness?
You haven't put money in the bad take jar in quite some time. This needs to have a big figure assigned to it, right, CC?
A whale will be in Miami come next season.
Oh, yeah, great. Okay, so Giannis, a Hall of Famer, heat culture.
There it is. That's the culture. There you go, Pat.
We're all the way back.
We're all the way back.
Giannis.
Heat culture.
Woo.
As long as we got Hall of Famers on our
Get Udonis on and you tell him exactly what you said, Pat.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, they are waiting for us, and I'm happy that they are as the program gets underway with a Stiefel dossier that, again, magical. John Kelly, of course, 8:15 every day on 101 ESPN, 8:15 Blues interview, in particular during the Stanley Cup playoffs. 9 o'clock, you expected to get Wally Backman, Howard Johnson.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Ron Darling.
Doug tried to get Kevin McReynolds, and he wouldn't do the show.
McReynolds.
No.
Roger McDowell.
Len Dykstra.
Lenny Dykstra, nails.
Ron Darling.
But instead, you'll have to settle for Dwight Gooden.
Oh, Doc.
Doc Gooden with us at 9 o'clock because he and Eddie McVeigh of Maggie O'Brien's are friends and doing an event?
That is my understanding. Doc Gooden's going to be at Maggie O'Brien's on Saturday. The Mets are in town. They've got nothing to be ashamed of. The Mets are here for the weekend, and Doc Gooden making an appearance. You can find out more at MaggieO'Briens.com. He had texted a while ago and told me Doc Gooden was coming into town. I said, oh, sure, why wouldn't he? And I said, makes perfect sense. And then I said, let's get him on the show. And yesterday he texted and said, he's going to call at 9 tomorrow. And I said, fair enough.
Dwight Gooden. 9 o'clock on the program. And then, Doug, a surprise guest.
Is that right?
At 9:30.
It's been a minute.
I was texting with little Jackie Papers over there. He had the Heat money line last night. And he said he doesn't even know who the surprise guest is.
That's correct. I would say listener.
That's how important it is.
Well, every once in a while I like to throw a curveball at Jackson. So sometimes the alliance goes silent.
Wow.
But I would call listener approval, I'll go 9.
Wow. Now, hold on a second. You've now got 6 months under your belt of seeing the level of joy that the listeners have toward this program. So you still put it at a 9.
Yeah, I disregard some of the texters. I just weed out some of the hate. That's part of the alliance, part of the onboarding that I've learned is you just dismiss some of the noise, Tim.
Most of it.
Yeah, dismiss some of the noise.
Maybe all of it.
And if you don't like it, I can't help you. That's not my fault. That's a you thing. I do, you listen.
Attaboy.
So you're saying for the silent majority, the listener enjoyment level is a 9.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
So this is a big guest, huh?
I stand by it.
Show business or sports?
Oh, Doug, here we go.
Oh,
here
I
we
like
go.
clues.
You like clues. Both.
Oh.
Threw him for a loop. Threw him for a loop.
Both. Did you say both?
I said both.
Both.
Yeah.
Show business and sports.
Yeah. And sometimes, Tim, the answer's a little fuzzy, to what he was looking for, but I think both would qualify.
Wow.
Okay. Okay. Carry on.
All right.
Yeah. Well, that's quite a Stiefel dossier is what it is. So there you go. You are welcome to participate in the program. A wide variety of ways to do so. Text in 314-399-9646. If your name is not saved in the text inbox, why, it can be starting on Thursday. Jackson has a policy. He will update text inbox names in the first week of each month. Doug, we're 2 days away from that.
Okay.
That also means that if you want to be the listener of the month on the program, go to tmastl.com and you can sign up because we will have the Papal Conclave, not the actual Papal Conclave in Vatican City. This one is just here in Creve Coeur, and we select the TMA listener of the month. And you can sign up. And the great news is you can maintain your anonymity and not use your real name, which has played a great role in American society over the last 3 decades. Then you can also call in Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And Doug, once we get past this week of precipitation that unfortunately is in the forecast, I look at the forecast starting on Saturday, which will follow the Sundress Showdown in St. Louis Friday night. And it is glorious weather. But it also is going to be warm, and you want to get your air conditioning checked. Take this week to go to designairservice.com and have Seth Goldcamp and his team come by the house. Make sure the air conditioning's tuned up for the warm weather months because May is here, and it will get hot. Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client, and we think the world of Seth and his team online at designairservice.com. Sponsor of the email of the day, it's Design Air Heating and Cooling, designairservice.com. Starting Saturday, nothing but sunshine in the forecast, and I think that's indicative of the Blues and Stars playing in the second round.
Yeah, Dallas, big win at home.
Still think the Avalanche are going to win. And the Sundress Showdown Friday night. But the game that has the focus of Winnipeg is tomorrow night. In Winnipeg, they are calling it the biggest game in franchise history.
Really?
Doug, do you listen to the Jets podcast?
Oh, religiously, sure.
So you've been listening to it even before the Blues?
Absolutely.
Is it Mikey
Yeah.
McIntyre?
It's not Mikey McIntyre. This was sent to me by the second best amateur golfer in St. Louis yesterday, Skip Berkmeyer. And he said, you got to take a listen because this is the importance of tomorrow night's game to the Jets. It goes beyond just hockey. Take a listen.
Game 5 Wednesday is a must win. I got to get this rant off my chest here, then we'll get to some calls.
Doug, hold on.
This
Just
is
pause real quick. When a host, that, Martin, you know the playbook. You identified the playbook. Once again, guy who discovers take on the air, begging for calls guy.
Fake angry guy.
guy.
Stumbles into opinion guys.
But I got to tell you, that's a subtle move right there. I can't possibly go on, and I'll get to your calls. Don't get me wrong. I'll get to them. I know you're there. But this is so important that I have to get it off my chest.
You can tell he's been classically trained in the journalistic arts.
I think that's a Syracuse guy. Might be Arizona State, Cronkite. Either way, that means he means business. Let's take a listen.
All right.
I got to get this rant off my chest here, then we'll get to some calls. Yeah, we'll get to it. This is the most... I'm not over-exaggerating here, Jim. I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not doing all this stuff. This is the most defining game of this organization, its culture, and its players coming up on Wednesday at Canada Life Center in a decade and a half. Everything is built up to this. And I do not say this lightly. Enough time has been invested. Enough patience has been put into this. There's been more than enough time and understanding. Bob Irving put this out on X on Sunday afternoon, and I totally agree with him. Put up or shut up. And that's where we're at.
Wow.
Oh, don't get angry. Half the teams are going to lose in the first round. Doesn't mean everybody's an idiot who works on those franchises.
Bob put it out there on X.
Irving? Hold on.
When Bob
Irving put this out on X on Sunday afternoon, and I totally agree with him.
Doug, did you retweet Bob Irving?
I did.
It's nice to say it.
Why wouldn't I?
Good to say it.
New host mantra, borrow a take. I'm going to borrow Bobby Irving's take. Put up or shut up.
But that is that exchange actually is representative of what the sentiment is when whether you read Jets coverage or you listen to the podcasts surrounding this series, that because of the situation in Winnipeg, which is not real stable, that if they were to get into a spot yet again where they have an incredible regular season with a defensive strategy that they're able to execute through 82 games and take a lead in a Stanley Cup playoff series and then blow it, that this could have a bigger impact on the franchise than most likely the other 15 in the Stanley Cup playoffs, which then goes back to the column we read last week from The Athletic, in which it said the Jets were under the most pressure of any team in the Stanley Cup playoffs, which surprised me because I would immediately default to the Leafs and then the Oilers. But their thought process is the Jets might not be long for Winnipeg if they don't get it going, and here is their best opportunity to date. They were up 2-0 heading to St. Louis, get blown off the ice. They have the Vezina Trophy, defending Vezina Trophy winner, most likely, repeat, and his situation is tentative at best.
So he's thinking the whole future of the franchise in Winnipeg may hinge on how this playoff series goes?
To be clear, said he wasn't being hyperbolic.
But he had to get it off his chest.
And then they got to the phone calls. And by the way, I listened to the phone calls.
Did you really?
Wonderful phone calls. Wonderful phone calls.
Hi, it's Mike in Manitoba. How are you fellas doing today? Just having my coffee, thinking about this power play we've got going, eh? I wouldn't mind tapping in right now. Probably illegal to listen live to Will in Winnipeg, but I wouldn't mind listening.
Probably would be.
I wouldn't mind listening to it. But I don't know that he's wrong, Tim. I think with this group, I think this is kind of a defining moment. I think it is for the French. As much as we disdain
so much so that they might move.
No, I don't think they're going to move, but I think that they'd have to consider breaking it up. And I don't know the contracts of all those players, but they have been with this core group for quite a while.
Jackson, you have Scheifele's contract in front of you. Would you be considering shipping him out?
I'd clear house, I think
Clear house.
You'd start with clearing out one of their top players. That's going to fix it?
Yeah, take a hike, brother.
Why don't you improve from the bottom of your roster?
Yeah.
There's the take I needed.
Hit the bricks,
from
pal.
the bottom up, not the top down.
The bricks.
I'd start with that Hellebuck.
Take a hike, pal.
Maybe they can move back to Atlanta. That's from the 314, Doug. The Thrashers relocated to the Jets.
Seems a little drastic.
How many times are they going to try that?
Well, they're talking about expansion in Atlanta. Houston and Atlanta, Doug.
For the NHL?
Yeah.
Atlanta again.
Atlanta Flames, Atlanta Thrashers, Calgary Flames, Winnipeg Jets. Who's next? Now, around the country, I'm sure if there was ever talk of St. Louis getting an NFL team, they might go, again?
Right.
But hasn't Atlanta proven to us that they don't like hockey very much?
But then I could do that. Hasn't St. Louis proven to us that they we know?
And that's why we don't have a team.
Well, we're also, trending in a different direction. All due respect, of course.
I don't know that Houston is much of a hockey market either, but you wouldn't have thought Tampa and Miami would be, and they love their teams down there.
Big Walt's a former Thrasher.
Yeah,
for about a month, maybe.
He did. He
kind of had like a deal with the Blues. I'll go there, and then they'll give you the pick, and I'll come back later. Bobby Irving the other day, Tim. I like when they respond to somebody else's tweet, and then it says, this post is unavailable. And that means it was probably either wildly inaccurate or maybe insensitive. But he said, don't quite get your drift. Check your facts. That was an assessment of Game 3, and it was bang on, don't you think? So I'm going to follow
the term
Bobby.
bang on.
I don't mind
you
it.
think? And you're now going to follow Bob Irving.
I am.
We got to get him on the program.
He put meltdown in Missouri in caps there. God, that's a great newspaper headline.
Yeah, meltdown in Missouri.
It does kind of make you feel good when your team so thoroughly dominates another team that the franchise is talking about moving.
Well, I mean, Gary Bettman was there a year ago imploring fans to buy tickets. That's not a great... That does shock me. It's your only pro sports team. It's Canada and it's hockey. Doesn't that surprise you? And I don't know the economic situation in their town, but that surprises me.
Well, one of the things, as I did listen to this podcast, that they were talking about is... there was a column, I think we made reference to it yesterday, that the Jets have tried to bring on players. And there was a column criticizing their management for not adding on more at the deadline. But one of the issues is players don't want to go there. And so they have opportunities, they make deals, but then players don't want to go there. And so Winnipeg is usually on the no trade list.
And don't they get hit with more taxes in Canada, too?
Right.
Yeah. I think Doug Armstrong told us that a lot of the free agents are picking states without the state income tax now.
Look at Matthew Tkachuk.
They're going to Nashville, and they're going to Florida, Texas.
I was talking to I've been talking to producer Joe lately about soccer.
Landing strips?
A lot of soccer talk. We had Lutz in studio last week, and we were doing a little City breakdown. And I don't think it was him, but somebody else talking about City trying to add international players. And they said if some of the really premier players will consider coming to the U.S., they want to go to Miami, they want to go to L.A., which, again, it's sometimes you can't control the geography. So that's interesting with Winnipeg. I would love to know how many players were thinking about it, and the money's great. And they're like,
Read that poll a few weeks ago about how it's like the least desirable place to go in all of the NHL.
Probably not a real happening spot, and it's cold. It's got to be the worst weather of all the NHL cities.
You think worse than Edmonton?
It'd be right up there with it, I think.
Yeah.
But tied for first.
Tied for first for bad weather. Tim, do you have time for a quick aside?
I do. Doug is not taking asides this morning.
Among those who get cranky or feisty on the text line, or just aren't happy. I'm going to put Matt Holliday in the group because yesterday after the show, he was saying LaRussa and Gooden in the same hour. Wow, executive of the year headed your way. Executive producer of the year. So then Jackson and I were joking about it. And then later he said, still not 100% sure that was Gooden. With all the prank phone calls that are going on out there, maybe it was the Falcons' defensive coordinator's son. And I thought, oh, my God.
Could have been.
He was listening early on in the program.
We're awfully easily fooled.
Daddy Padre called in his former Rams linebacker, Alec Ogletree. We put him right on the air.
Mm-hmm. Talked to him for 3 or 4 minutes before we realized it wasn't him.
I think it was someone also pretended to be Ryan Terrio. And as soon as they pod him up, he goes, I want to eat Doug's underpants. Like I don't think that's Ryan Terrio.
It's 25 degrees in Winnipeg right now. Wow. That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy.
Yeah. Celsius or Fahrenheit?
You think of all the places a 23 or 24-year-old hockey player could have more fun in his life than Winnipeg as a professional athlete. And it's a pretty long list. Yeah, so if you had your choice of a number of teams, that's probably not where you'd go. And yet, here they are with the best record in the league.
It's going to be 51 degrees. It's going to be 51 degrees at 4 o'clock in Winnipeg.
Yeah.
Blues are in such a hurry. They're going to practice here at 11:30. Probably on a plane at about 2 or 3. What are you landing at about 5 or 6? Maybe your hotel 7 or 8. So kind of get in, get out.
Martin, our developments last night around the league, potentially impacting the Friday night sundress showdown in St. Louis. Doug, let's take a look around the league. Hello again, everybody.
Right.
Last night in the Stanley Cup playoffs, with the Ning falling despite having a late lead. John Cooper, a banty rooster about the officiating. He said, I'm done taking questions about the officiating, so he started asking the reporters about the officiating following the game.
One way to do it.
So the Panthers are a win away from advancing to the Eastern Conference semifinals, and the Stars are a win away before beating the Avalanche. I'm still on the Avalanche, but I think it might not be a bad thing for the Blues because, Doug, as you always observe, when the Blues go to the Western Conference Finals, it always goes through Dallas 2001, 2016, 2019, and the Stars are still not healthy. So Friday night, the Lightning and Panthers, they could be done, Martin. They could be done if Florida wins on Wednesday. That clears one out of the way. Capitals and Canadiens, that one could be done as well. And Hurricanes and Devils could be done. And then if that's the case, if there's just one game, what time would the Sundress Showdown in St. Louis be?
Looking at about 7 o'clock?
I think 7, but I mean, wouldn't they put it? I mean, all these games, there's always one at 6, so I don't know if there's a 7 o'clock slot.
You might be right. So we need Panthers to finish it off, Capitals to finish it off, and then Carolina. If those 3 are all done,
then it's
the Blues.
St. Louis and Winnipeg only. Do you want a 6 o'clock start over a 9 o'clock start on a Friday night, Doug?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
You want the 6 o'clock start?
Yeah. Be over 8:45 or so, almost 9 o'clock. Yeah, that's fine. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you prefer that?
I personally would, but I think many wouldn't mind the opportunity to imbibe for a while.
Well, yeah, if it's Friday night, they can start at midnight. People still watch. But I'd still prefer, personally, the earlier start.
Well, it's put up or shut up either way. For Hellebuck, put up or shut up. And Doug, that take right there was bang on.
It wasn't
bang
bad.
on.
I do like
it wasn't
bang
bad.
on.
And I'll get to some calls. But first, I just wanted to say bang on.
Is it possible they're overreacting just a bit in Winnipeg? They got this outstanding team, and they had a goalie that's had a couple bad games, and now they want to move the franchise.
It was yesterday. It was announced he's a Vezina finalist, and most people assume he'll win that. And a lot of people are saying he might win the Hart Trophy. And the reporter said, "You're a finalist for the Vezina. Congrats on that. Your playoff numbers have been a little." He went right from. He congratulated him about the Vezina, and then moved into very politely, moved into but the playoff numbers have been a little off. Have they not?
Connor Hellebuck was asked about the situation yesterday at the Jets skate, and here's what he had to say.
How do you feel about your play in the last couple especially?
I know you don't love giving up that many goals, but we're 2-2 in the series. That's all that matters, winning the next one. Am I going to be better? I am going to be better. I've studied goaltending extremely hard. I've probably studied the most out of anyone in this world. So I know what to do and how to get my best game. So that's what I'm looking forward to do. And, I got to get 2 days here and, time to bring it in Game 5.
You're a Vezina finalist again. Congrats on that. Probably no surprise given the numbers you put up. But your playoff numbers are a surprise. How relative are they to your play? How much do they reflect your play, the numbers?
Yeah, thanks. It's a surprise in my world, too. When I'm watching my game and, there's a certain way that I need it to look and I want it to look. And you don't, it'd be crazy to go that many regular season games and then all of a sudden switch something up in the playoffs. You don't win 47 games and then come to the playoffs and switch everything up. No, I know how it needs to look, and I like a lot of things. I'm not going to go and make huge changes. That being said, I'm going to be better. That's my job, and that's the foot that I'm putting forward.
Okay. Congrats on the Vezina, but you have not been very good.
Yeah, thanks for that.
He said, all right, thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
That's got so much your grandma think written all over it, papers.
His record in the regular season, 47, 12, and 3. Wow. That's pretty incredible.
It's a different time of year, Doug. Different time of year.
Yeah. I don't know I'd be really curious what guys, and I don't know, they're not going to say it on the record, but guys, whether it be currently around the league or guys who have played goalie in the NHL and had some time in the Stanley Cup playoffs as well, would say about it. Because on the surface, I would agree with his assessment. He's not changing something up, but there is, at this point, a large sample size in which the numbers are quite different for him versus his regular season performance. So why is that? And then on the other hand, down at the other end of the ice, you got a guy who, in these kinds of situations, whether it be with the Blues in Boston in Game 7, Blues and Stars Game 7, for that matter, the Ben Bishop, Jordan Binnington showdown, the Four Nations, when it's crunch time, there's nobody you want in there more than Jordan Binnington. Why is that? I think Ryan Miller had that reputation when he was acquired by the Blues. That was a big deal around here, and they got him from the Sabres with Steve Ott, and it did not translate. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, because on the surface, I think of guys, who either excel in those moments or guys who are notorious for failing in those moments. Locally, David Freese would certainly be an example, and it wasn't just Game 6. He had a great NLCS against the Brewers, and he had an incredible at-bat against the Nationals that kept that comeback going in 2012. He wanted the ball, so to speak, as they say. And in golf, there are guys who, but in golf, you got a lot of time to think about it. In hockey, it's all reaction. So it surprises me that there's that disparity between the regular season. I don't know if it's the style of play in the Stanley Cup playoffs that then change things, but wouldn't that be more indicative of the guys in front of him as well as him? I don't know.
I wonder, too, if a little bit of the team is, it's not just him choking. I think Strick said this on TV last night, that their backup goalie has an incredible save percentage because of their style, because they just shut teams down. And the Blues experienced that a little bit in those first 2 games at times, that they just kind of defensively take you out of your game. And if the whole team kind of gets away from that, or you somehow, like the Blues, undo that a little bit, I'm saying it's him for sure, but I just wonder if that whole team's a little tight and then it reflects on him.
I agree with you. Yeah. I think that's it. I think that you could be bang on.
Bang on.
Okay, let's stop saying bang on, gentlemen.
I like a lot of things.
I thought on Sunday,
some people,
he only really let
a lot of
in
them.
2 soft goals. 2, which can be the difference in the game, obviously. But when the final score says they had 5 goals, they had 6 goals, it looks like the goalie was perhaps worse than he really was. Because a couple of those Sunday, he had no chance. And a couple he did have a chance, and he blew those.
I agree with you. However, Martin went through it. TNT had a graphic up of it. The Jets' success has been by, 192 goals during the regular season this year, being the lowest scored against team last year, second lowest scored against team the previous year, and then they get to the playoffs, and then they give up, 5 goals, as we saw in St. Louis this past week. It just totally changes, and I don't know what. And of course, the goalie gets blamed, and I feel like it's, in a way, it's borderline boring. I use the term boring. That might not be right. You know it's coming, so therefore it's not really intellectually stimulating. So whatever word you would want to use for that. It's like a baseball postseason. Suddenly a manager doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. And it's because the player didn't execute. But we got to do this thing, and it's very, from my standpoint, boring. So if a guy gives up a bunch of goals, then it must have been his fault. But as you observed, how many of those were soft goals? There are going to be occasional soft goals, but God, those things were bouncing all over the damn place. I think it's more indicative of the Jets allowing the Blues to get right out in front of him than it is on Hellebuck. But when you look at Hellebuck's postseason numbers, he had this reputation well before the games 3 and 4 in St. Louis.
I would suspect it has more to do with just a style of play. Because it does change in the playoffs, where teams get more aggressive, they hit more, and maybe the rest of the Winnipeg roster just is uncomfortable with that. And so the opponents get more good chances. And the more good chances you get, the more likely the goalie is to allow a soft goal every now and then. That's probably what it is. The Blues have physically been a little tougher than the Jets.
All of that said, don't you expect them to play well Wednesday night at home?
The Jets?
Yeah.
100%. But I have to say, I expected a whole different team on Sunday afternoon in St. Louis, too.
But I think
that was alarming.
But don't you think first period, the Jets were pretty strong Sunday? We thought they'd come out and play pretty well. But if that Neighbors goal doesn't happen?
I think... I thought the first 5 minutes, the Blues were all over them. And then they picked up 2 penalties. And it changed the game. But I thought, they weren't bad, but I thought the Blues were the better team the first 5 minutes. Then they picked up 2 penalties. Jets got on the board. Neighbors' goal certainly was huge. But that speaks to their inability to respond. And then what Scheifele said following Sunday's game is that they unraveled. And I thought Lowry, their captain, took a garbage penalty. Again, if that were Shen or if that were one of the younger Blues, we'd be all over him for that. And that's what then led. It wasn't a power play goal, but they scored 2 goals after that. Got to have better leadership, Doug, when you have hold on a second, heavy sweater.
Oh, boy, that is a heavy sweater he's wearing.
So, yes, I expect it.
I think they'll play well. So the Blues, I think they're confident right now, but it doesn't mean anything if you don't play a good game on a Wednesday night.
With that said on that podcast, Martin, they said if the Blues get a softie and they're up 2-0, they yank him. They yank Hellebuck. So,
well, if you yank him in that, you've probably yanked him for the rest of the series, wouldn't you think? You wouldn't keep putting him out there, and then as soon as he gives up a couple goals, take him out.
My thought would be their expectation is their high ceiling chances, which, of course, their goal is a Stanley Cup. And I realize, well, whose goal isn't a Stanley Cup? Their expectations going into the postseason, if we're going to be honest, I know this can upset some people, were different than the Blues. Goals might be the same, expectations might be different. You have a better chance of achieving those with Hellebuck in there. So, yes, it becomes a pivotal moment for the long term of May and June if you are the Winnipeg Jets. Just like if the Blues were to pull Binnington if the shoe were on the other foot. So, defining moment, which goes back to if the Blues can somehow score a soft goal early on, what that could mean tomorrow night. John Kelly will be with us. He is going to join us coming up at 8:15. Dwight Gooden, which sounds like a surprise guest, but isn't. Friend of the program, Eddie McVeigh, owner of Maggie O'Brien's, has him in town this week. And at 9:30, a surprise guest. And I'm going to just put a puck on the net. I'm going to go with Ella Reese. That's who I think it is. Martin said listener enjoyment 9. And so that's kind of where my guess is. Doug, you thought it might be Ella Reese as well. So
I remember Della Reese as the actress.
Touched by an Angel.
Yeah.
And then we have a texter, Touched by an Uncle.
Oh, that was something different.
These are both unrelated.
Yeah,
this is
different.
Ella.
It was unfortunate. Yeah. I don't think I'd like initials to come up with a good guess.
Martin, are you giving out a name?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, I don't know this Della Reese character, but I suspect it's probably not him.
I got to get this rant off my chest here, then we'll get to some calls.
I like that. Are we getting to calls? We've gotten our rants off our chest already. Bang on.
I've never seen Doug this angry.
Yeah. This is a new high watermark for me, and just in terms of sheer anger.
Why are the Reds better than the Cardinals? For God's sakes, we live in St. Louis. Let's get a damn baseball squad that can beat Cincinnati.
Nice. I like that.
Score some runs.
Nice.
Score a few.
Nick Martinez. What are you, Dwight Gooden? Oh, coming up at 9 o'clock, Dwight Gooden. How was that? Was that pretty good?
Sign him. Bring him back.
It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen 101, ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, I'm grinding my teeth. My spine is tingling, and I'm dry humping everybody in the neighborhood.
Oh, your own neighborhood or up here?
Mm-hmm. Jackson, what was that? And then it just ended.
Oh, I faded it out. There's a clip from The Simpsons where it's an episode where essentially a dad says, "That's it. Like, I'm going to turn this car around. We're going back to Winnipeg." And someone took that and remixed it as a dubstep kind of remix.
You like that dubstep? You like dubstep?
And I figured Game 5 back in Winnipeg. That's it. Back to Winnipeg.
About that.
Okay.
I like that beat.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not sure.
So was that done by Rogers and Hammertoe?
No, it was done by Dank Miss.
Oh.
Love his work.
Yeah. 166,000 subscribers on YouTube. Shout out to Dankmas.
Tim from the 314. Send the Blues to Saskatoon. Let's bring in an NBA team. We're not Canada. Cut the NHL talk.
Yeah, you know, one of the magical things about the presentation is no one is happy all the time.
No.
The argument currently in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is whether or not we should be talking about the Blues or the NBA. And Deep Voice Dude says nobody cares about the NHL. Erin in St. Chuck, I will side with her at all times, mainly because of the nipple rings being real transparent with the audience. No. She says she's shocked the Rockets are down 3-1. And Jackson is doing an NBA podcast. And you can hear more on what took place last night with Steph. I mean, what was that, 6 points in like 1.2 seconds or something like that to lead them back against that Rockets team, Doug?
Draymond's last stand.
Draymond's last stand is what we're calling it.
Okay.
Back to
Dub
Winnipeg.
Nation.
Coming up on the program, John Kelly at 8:15. 9 o'clock, Dwight Gooden, because Eddie McVeigh is the greatest, and he's having him at Maggie O'Brien's this Saturday. Does that sum it up, Martin?
That's all I know. That's the extent of what I know.
And you're texting with Dwight Gooden?
No, with Eddie McVeigh.
Oh.
No, Doc has the call-in line. So he'll be joining us at 9 o'clock, and it is a Mets weekend.
Why doesn't Eddie call in?
Yeah, Eddie call in before 9 with the backstory.
Yeah.
How did this happen? That's a lot. I like logistics. These logistics I don't know, but Doc Gooden.
314-974-0101. That is how you can call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on TMA. You can also text in 314-399-9646. And, of course, that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, active as the day is long. You can participate in the conversation there. It's presented to you by Michelob Ultra. 217 friends are in there talking about it right now as we speak. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. That's Michelob Ultra. Sponsor of the YouTube chat, also sponsor of the Dotem. Doug, I got some copy right here to let people know about the Dotem. And it is presented to you by Michelob Ultra. It's coming up May 29th, May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. Get your foursome together for a full day out on the course with the morning after. That includes complimentary breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, all your Michelob Ultra, the 100 West Dental closest to the pin competition, a long drive contest courtesy of Pondoff's Anonymous Recovery Podcast, an after party with food from Texas Roadhouse on Thursday, and Super Smokers Barbecue on Friday. Registration is now open at 101ESPN.com with a portion of the proceeds benefiting the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. Find all the Dotem info now at 101ESPN.com. All of that food and Michelob Ultra and golf, all there for you. $170 per golfer to experience the pageantry that is the Dotem. Register your foursome now at 101ESPN.com. Doug, the Cardinals lost last night. I don't even know what appetite there is in the audience to talk about it, to be real honest with you, which I think is a bigger conversation than breaking down a 3-1 loss. The biggest conversation, of course, is they wore the Navy hats, and I saw Derek Gould. You like that? That's how Rich Gould says his name. He says Rich Gould. Derek Gould of the Post-Dispatch with a big Twitter tweet talking about the Cardinals were wearing the Navy hats and the support for the Navy hats, at the very least on the Twitter tweets, overwhelming. Of course, they wear them when they're playing another team in that team's stadium who wears red hats as well. That is their loophole. Okay. But, of course, My stance is bring back the Navy road caps.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals have not won a world championship since they got rid of them. Still have no idea why they did.
Yeah.
Doesn't it look better?
It looks great. It's a great look on the road. Separates their home and road uniforms completely. And
Musial wore a Navy cap. Gibson wore a Navy cap.
Good enough for them.
Damn right it was.
Yeah, I don't get it. You'd think it would even help with merchandise sales. Sell more Navy hats if they did that.
Cardinals lose last night. Nick Martinez kind of up in the, it's tough to give out a Cy Young on April 29th, but if they did, Nick Martinez would most likely be top 3.
Because of the 4.68 ERA?
Yeah, but you got to watch the games.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, he went 6 stingy innings last night.
Well, that's all you're allowed to go these days in the major leagues.
Hard to complain about the Cardinal hitting. They've been one of the better hitting teams in the league. But
I actually looked it up, Doug.
Nothing going yesterday.
Doesn't it seem like their offense is fairly solid?
Yeah.
Not robust, but solid. They're second in the major leagues. What do you think the batting average is that gets you second these days?
About 264?
263.
I was about to say, I think you're right on. I think you're bang on.
They're 7th in on base. They're 10th in OPS. 11th in slugging. I mean, their numbers offensively are not bad. And then you think of the starting pitching, pretty solid, right? Libator, Palante. Most nights they're giving you 6. The bullpen's been terrible. And yet they're now 2-12 on the road.
Yeah.
2-12.
For the most part, it's a bullpen game now. Pitching's all about what can you do the last 4 innings with your bullpen. And if you've got those guys, you're in good shape. And if you don't, you wind up at the bottom. And that's where they are.
And a complete game is just out of the question.
You can't do that.
I looked at Doc Gooden's year when he won 24 games, 1985, Cy Young winning year. He had 16 complete games. That's basically every other start.
And somehow he's still alive.
Yeah.
Cardinals suck. Who cares?
Hey, stop
Some
that.
long balls.
Early got the bat to get it done.
Martin, you might recall, it was at Game 4 of the 2013 World Series. The Cardinals brought out Rascal Flatts to sing the national anthem. And producer Joe, who you referenced, our longtime producer on this program, he has a landing strip. And he announced that the Cardinals would never win another World Series game, and it would be the Rascal Flatts curse. And I have to tell you, to date, producer Joe, 12 years later, is correct. Manute Bowl Eligible says, bring back Rascal Flatts for the national anthem, have them perform it in Navy road caps, and you reverse both curses at once. That's Manute Bowl Eligible. And wouldn't that be a treat this Friday if Rascal Flatts is out there wearing Navy caps?
I'd like to see it.
It really seems more like the curse of the Great Pelosi, like what happened with the Red Sox. That's what it feels like.
Yeah. Babe Ruth, producer Joe.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Joe puts a hex on you and you got no shot.
I don't disagree with his premise. But, we got to change the
premise being that Rascal Flatts is to blame for some of this?
Wouldn't be my first choice.
What in the world's going on with Walker, Gorman, et cetera? These are the prospects they held on to. That's from Daddy Padre, getting ready to board that bird to Manitoba.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
Doug, I saw the Prime Minister's released him to the...
Let him go. I had to let him go.
He was on Doug's fantasy team, Martin, and Nolan Gorman is back in the free agent pool of the TMA Fantasy Baseball
He had a
League.
couple games there where he was swinging the bat better, and Ollie said he was going to play him more, and they moved him into the number 3 spot there. I thought, well, maybe they see something that he's going to get hot.
It seems like the
I picked him up for nothing, and then I dropped him.
The Cardinals love putting a guy who hasn't played in a week in the 3-hole.
Right. Most important spot in the lineup. Why not?
Seems like a Thursday or Wednesday tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Since the Cardinals suck, have you all been following European soccer? The Wrexham team just got 3 promotions in a row. Pretty big news outside of the U.S. It's Ryan Reynolds and Rob.
That's enough. That's enough of that. That's plenty.
It was just a nice little text.
Yeah, to the championship they go.
Bang on, thank you.
I didn't watch this game in the NBA last night, but I find it interesting reading about it, that the Miami Heat, facing elimination at home, lost by 55 points to
Correct.
Cleveland.
They kind of just quit.
55.
I have to tell you, I saw the score early on, and I thought, that's exactly what I thought, Jackson. They're not interested in this. They know it's not happening. I need to live bet the Cavs stat.
Yeah.
because it was pretty clear that the Heat had very little interest in trying to extend this thing for a trip back to Cleveland.
It was 41-14 at one point.
The Cavs are sick, and the Heat, after the Jimmy Butler thing, are just depleted.
They lost by 55
Yeah, they quit.
in a playoff game. But
at home, one series a year in the NBA, one of the teams just quickly realizes they have nothing to combat the other team, and they simply give up. It was the Pelicans last year, as the Heat this year.
But don't you have a little bit of pride playing in front of 19,000 people at home in the playoffs?
I think they were focused on that Panthers-Ning game down there.
I'm just surprised you would ever
the
get to
Marlins
the
had a
point.
nice night.
Ever get
against the Dodgers.
Ever get to that stage where you say, I don't care, I'm not going to try. As a professional athlete, I don't get that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Dolphins draft talk. The U.
Yeah. Lot to talk about.
Cavender twins.
That's not what the players we're talking about.
Carson Beck.
Carson Beck, Cavender twins.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Cam Ward chatter. But look at the NBA playoffs across the board.
Martin, now you're this is part of the alliance?
No, I'm saying other than Nuggets Clippers, these series are blowouts.
Yeah, but
it tends to be the first.
There have been some
Tight
good games,
tight
yes.
games. Tight
But
games.
it's not riveting when you look at them.
Sure.
The games.
Yeah.
Any American who watches European soccer is a millennial soy boy cock. That's from the Warren County Wizard, who
That's
is
hard to
not
argue
happy
with.
with the text about talking about Wrexham.
It's hard to argue with there.
Good on Wrexham.
Pretty good point. Do you have any interest at all in European soccer?
Sure. It's fun to watch on a Saturday morning. Yeah.
Without a team to root for or anything?
Would you rather watch? What if the Blues are playing on a Saturday morning?
Watch it
No,
now.
I'd rather watch the Blues.
There it is. How about that?
What about a G League game on?
A good G League game?
Oh, good.
The Summer League, sometimes those games get tight.
It's the NBA. It's trash. That's from Ryan Boom.
It's a nuanced take.
Doug, players in the NBA DGAF about winning. All they care about is making money. It's from Man Love.
Well, you can make that argument after watching the
Yeah, if
Heat
you've
after
never
last
watched
night.
the sport. That's a take for folks who've never watched the sport or haven't watched in 10 years.
They couldn't have cared much last night.
They didn't. The Heat didn't care. There's no doubt about it. It's not representative of the entire league. It's not even representative of them. They had a bad game.
Is there post-game audio of them saying, we didn't really care?
Spoelstra had to kind of just take it on the chin on that one.
Warren County Wizard? Delete that guy. Talk about a Hoosier. That's from the Veiled Prophet, Doug, and he has that ball you attend every year.
Cut him. Delete him. Block him.
That's it. But Doug's standard's pretty high. All right, fine, you're blocked. Delete him. Sure.
What a terrible text, Ryan. Go frolic in 270 during morning rush hour. That's from Scissor Me Timbers and Doug. Now it's texter on texter cry. They've turned their attention away from us, and now they're mad at each other. Pull out your plug and play more drops, you tasteless shoe shiner. That's from Steven Time.
Why would he call you a shoe shiner?
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, Dan Orlovsky.
Tasteless shoe shine.
I don't think I'd be a very good shoe shine.
Why?
I don't know. I don't have the elbow grease.
Doug, you might remember when Jennings didn't like a texter or a caller into the program, he would tell them to get their shine box.
Right.
Shine them up real nice. We'd go to a commercial break and he'd just go, shine them up.
Sometimes you still see those guys at the airport, but I don't know where else you see them.
I don't ever wear shoes that need shining. I'm not wearing a lot of patent leather. Isn't that what you'd mostly shine? Or leather in general?
Here's one of those. Way back when I was a kid, everybody polished their shoes because it didn't seem like everybody had 50 pair of shoes in their closet. Now people do.
But I just don't think people are wearing the shoes with material to be shined.
Yeah, a lot of tennis shoes now.
Right. Or even some of the dress shoes are more
the Skechers
sporty
vibe.
Yeah,
you kind of all have very few Allen Edmonds being laced up every day, even in the business world.
Mm-hmm. Now, a good basketball referee will wear a pair of patent leather shoes, and they'll shine them so hard that you can see the reflection in them. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's a direct correlation between getting pegged and watching the NBA. That's from Wedding Tackle. Is that correct? Is there a study? Is that like in The Athletic?
I've not seen that study.
There's a real pegging epidemic.
Cut that off.
Adam Silver.
Millions upon millions of people are
Adam
watching.
Silver did it at the State of the League.
He had to address it.
You're welcome to email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather and argue about the NBA. Surprise.
The hell? I was just sitting here.
That's youtube.com/TMASTL. Cucky the Dwarf is the most recent post in there, and he says, has anyone seen the STL City SC fans melting down after the last game? Doug, late goal, and fans are melting down. I know you're active on some of the Facebook pages.
Mm-hmm. City fans are melting down?
Cucky the Dwarf says.
Okay.
Oh, baby!
Why would you melt down? How is it going to affect things?
Goal in the 95th minute.
Yeah. Well, so I'm supposed to be upset, disappointed, hurt by this?
Well, I think what you do is he says, I'm going to get to your calls first. But I got to get this off my chest.
All right. Come on, City. Buckle up there at the end. Don't let your guard down.
Nice.
Keep that old orb out of the onion bag. Couldn't do it.
Mark that man.
Where are they now in the fixture?
Mark that man. It's the table.
Oh, the fixture's the schedule. Well, let's see. They're I don't even know how to read the record. 2-4-4. What is that?
Maybe in this town soft.
2 wins, 4 draws, 4 losses.
You like that?
And depending on where you look, they will invert the losses and the draws.
Oh, like
so you could be
year.
It could be 5-1-3, but somewhere else it's 5-3-1.
You know, the schedule, sometimes they put the home team on top.
Yes.
It doesn't, why? Why do they do this to us?
Damn it, why?
Damn it, why?
Patent leather is natural, shiny, hence the name Patent. Come on, Piddles. That's from Star, the Real Housewives of TMA, Sharon and Clayton. And the text right below her is from her nemesis on the program. And boy, they really get into it in episode 2. Mm-hmm. I don't watch the NBA, and I release the strap on the reg. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux.
It's a nice demographic text. But you can shine patent leather shoes. I thought that was like they have a natural shine, but you got to restore it. I don't know. I don't wear enough dress wear.
I don't think you polish patent leather.
Really?
Just leather.
Okay.
You polish.
This is the argument you didn't know you were having today.
That's every day. That's what keeps me coming back, baby.
Patent leather are like those tuxedo shoes.
No, I got it. No, I know what patent leather is, but I just thought that's what you shined. Because it has that natural shine. You
Patent
want to bring
leather
that
is
out.
a type of leather that's been coated. What's that, Granny? A type of leather that's been coated with a high gloss, shiny finish, making it water resistant and easy to clean. Commonly used for shoes, handbags, and other accessories. Thank you, AI.
Shut up about shoes! That's from Angry Dan Martin.
Earning his name.
You can send in your anger, 314-399-9646, or call it. Why not? John Kelly coming up at 9:15 here on this presentation. The presentation is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Brown & Crouppen is the title sponsor, and they are online at brownandcrouppen.com, located with new offices right there on the hill. Doug, if you go to Adriana's, what sandwich are you going to get?
At Adriana's, I forget the name of it, but it had a little bit of everything. It had some turkey and ham.
I get the Nana's special. Oh, Bill.
I haven't been there in a year or two.
Maybe I'll hit that today.
There's usually a line out the door.
Worth it, though, Matt.
That was a Majerus staple.
That's what we dined with Majerus there.
Did you really?
We did. Him and Porter Mosier and Majerus, yeah.
He had quite a little sandwich that day.
Frank had a story. He walked into Majerus' office, and he was knee-deep in his favorite sandwich, whatever Coach liked. And he looked up, hey, Frank, you want a bite? And even though Frank's a foodie,
Lady in the Trampet?
he was like, I'm okay, thanks. Do you want a bite? The Billiken head coach offering a bite of this Sammy.
314-222-2222. That is the number for Brown & Crouppen. Visit them, and then you can visit Adriana's and find out what sandwich it was that Coach Majerus enjoyed, what sandwich it is that Doug enjoys. I'm on the Nana special. That's where I am. Is that meatball dog and roast beef and then some sauce?
Ooh. I thought it was Italian sausage, salsicce.
That's what it is.
Salsicce and roast beef.
That's what it is. That's what it is. Yes. I just give me another special. And then the lady at the register, okay, babe, what are you having?
Oh, yeah. Like that. Oh, she's very nice.
Yes, that's the best. Right there. Right. I mean, we're talking 2 blocks to the north of Brown & Crouppen. Online at brownandcrouppen.com, the title sponsor of TMA. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements. Mike Francesa was not happy.
That's all you need to say.
I guess that's it. We won't explain anything. You'll just hear it. It's coming up next. John Kelly, 8:15. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping make sure that his customers are satisfied. So, you want to go into the stores that they have in the St. Louis area and see what Michael's Flooring has to offer you. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Darden Prairie, and they're in St. Peters, and you can learn more at igotfloored.com. Michael's Flooring has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him, so they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying his products as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. It's Michael's Flooring. They're online at igotfloored.com. Michael's Passions Flooring. And when you order from me, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Game 5 action right here on 101 ESPN. It's all going down tomorrow. Pre-game at 7:30, puck drop at 8:30 up in Winnipeg, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
I think 80. I'm going to go 83 because it gets me 82 and 84, and I don't think it's 81. That's my reasoning. I'm going to go with 2% of my bankroll.
You nailed it.
83?
Yeah.
Annie Lennox, Dave Stewart, and he would go on to pitch a no-hitter the same night as Fernando Valenzuela in June of 1990. Am I right on that?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Fernando against the Cardinals.
That's right. Think about it.
Well, I'm thinking about that right now.
And then she went solo, Doug. Was it Walking on Broken Glass?
That's nice. That's nice.
Was that 97?
Gosh, I don't know the years.
Earlier. I don't have a read on that. Sorry.
We'll ask John Kelly because he's going to be with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 8:15. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here. The program is called The Morning After, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Dwight Gooden at 9 o'clock? That's right. And you would think that's a surprise guest. Nay.
No, it isn't.
Watch me hold up my finger and say nay, like I'm a founding father. Maybe I should be. Nay. There is a surprise guest, though, at 9:30, and not even Jackson has been briefed on who this surprise guest is. And, Martin, you're giving it a 9 for listener enjoyment.
Yeah, and I'm disregarding in advance some of the people who won't like it.
Kwame Voyukas IV, Steven Time, Harrison's brother Master.
Kind of like Connor Hellebuck, I have studied the surprise guest industry closely. Nobody studied it more than I have, Tim. And I'm going to say 9 for you listeners, your listening enjoyment.
I like this. Doug wants initials as a hint.
Yeah, could we have initials? Middle initial even?
I cannot do that.
Okay. Yeah, that's part of the surprise. Can't ruin the surprise. Doug, Mike Francesa does a program now. He isn't on from 1:30 to 6 anymore.
When is it?
He's just on Bet Riva's podcast whenever he wants to be. And Jackson, the Jets' big first-round pick. Doug, big first-round pick. Giants, I'm sorry.
Because the Jets would be the Mizzou kid.
Armand Membu. Yeah, the 6th overall. Abdul Carter. You might remember him. He's playing like a broken arm.
Yeah. He was great. He was great at Penn State.
Yes, at Penn State. Well, over the weekend, after he got drafted, went to Lawrence Taylor and asked if he could wear number 56.
Oh, no. No, don't do that.
Well, it didn't play well with friend of the program, Mike Francesa, for 7 minutes. He went off. Here's a sampling.
I thought this was a joke when I first heard it. I think it not only is brazen, obnoxious, and one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. How would you ever have the gall in asking LT, let him wear 56? Who does he think he is? I can tell you this right now. And I think Carter might have been the best player in the draft. I think he's going to be an absolutely standout player. I think he's going to probably be a star. I can tell you this right now. He's not going to be Lawrence Taylor. I was thrilled that Lawrence Taylor told him to take a walk. Because what worried me is if they broached Lawrence Taylor with this from the standpoint of he could make money, that worries me because LT's always got an eye towards the buck. So that would worry me. How dare this player? How dare he? That's like walking in and asking the Yankees for 5. I don't think anyone would have the nerve to walk in and ask for 3. Okay? But how about if you walked in and said, you know what, I want 5 or I want 7. I mean, give me are you serious?
Little Dickie V at the end there.
I like how he had to also take a shot at LT.
Yeah. If it were about the Bucks, LT might do it. Lawrence Taylor declined. Mike Francesa was happy that he declined. Doug, that leads to Lex Luthor in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with this question. I know it's something you've been wondering. Obviously, it ain't happening until the NFL returns, but where in the region should the NFL draft happen? I'm thinking on the Arch grounds, so he's thinking
Ooh,
about
be nice.
the NFL draft in St. Louis and being on the Arch grounds. Is that where the NFL draft would be held once St. Louis gets another NFL team?
I would think so, yeah. Yeah, where else? I think that's exactly
Sand
right.
trap at Forest Park where those people are taking beach pictures.
No, I think the Arch would be a great setting for the draft.
How do you think NFL media would like that? I mean, I guess they just put up with Green Bay.
I guess they wouldn't care.
Saw
We have to have
AK
a team.
Adams on TikTok. Her place that she was, I guess she got a Airbnb, was literally in the backyard of Lambeau Stadium.
Yeah, they have they like have Packer Airbnb things where it's like a whole experience for a weekend, and you go and live in this Packer house kind of thing.
No, I bet those people who own those houses make a fortune on that.
Ton of money.
Probably every
They were
weekend during the football season.
You'll like
the
this.
Packers are home.
Parking boy. They were charging $100.
Parking boy.
You're always talking parking.
Oh, I do like free parking.
Well, it was $100 to park near the stadium.
I don't like that.
People were charging $100, but restrooms included.
Oh,
Shout out to
that
Plowhawks.
helps.
It's always on somebody's yard. You just come on, back it in here. Don't mind my bushes and my azaleas. Just back it right in here, and that'll be 50 to what again? Have a good time. Hey, back it right over here, over Ma's bushes. It's okay.
I think the Afton Athletic Association should host the draft as long as Doug does the concessions. That's from the Self-Made Stay-at-Home.
I had to do that once.
Yeah, they were nice.
It didn't go well. We got yelled at by the concession Nazi woman. Oh, no. She really let us have it.
Big concession.
Big concession.
Not happy with
We didn't know how to run the grill, and she really let us have it.
I think they should
Seemed unfair.
wheel the picks in on the loop trolley as it plows through 3 or 4 cars with expired tags. That's Al in Dadeville.
Not a bad idea. Or for the Chuck Berry statue.
Did we talk about the green room walk the other night? They had the camera on these guys. I think
Very
Doug and
long, Martin.
It was unbelievable. They'd walk like high five, the camera, and they just keep walking.
And they'd smack the logo at the team that selected them.
Where were they, in Appleton? It took them like 10 minutes from the pick being announced. The player just walks in front of the camera, still walking. NFL's good at logistics, Doug. How did they get that wrong?
I don't know. Maybe they just wanted to showcase the fellow a little longer.
Yeah.
Hey, Lex Luthor, please enlighten us on which team's planning to come here. It ain't happening.
Oh.
That is from the Crestwood Coyote. No, that's from the Brickhouse Gang.
No. If not the Bengals, then who?
Expansion?
I think if the league's looking to expand.
Run the Stallions back.
If you looked
purple and
ahead,
gold.
if you looked ahead 100 years, do you think we'd have a team?
No.
100 years from now?
No. But we'll have all the tourists from London because the Rams were going to play games over there, and then they would come here and visit.
It takes a good century to let that soak in.
Guys, do you think my wife would be good for Real Housewives of TMA, or do you think she has too much St. Charles in her? Thanks. That's Grimy from South County. Doug, is that something that you're considering?
We can judge that during the interview process. We'll ask a series of questions, and if it turns out she does indeed have too much St. Charles in her, she probably will be left out.
Yeah. And the question becomes, how much is too much?
It's hard to define. You know it when you see it.
For sure.
The Blues have Game 6 later in the week, and we're talking about the damn NFL draft. Really? That's from Big Tuft. Boy, my voice is being put to the test with the anger.
Yeah, I know. Boy,
And these people, you can tell they were yelling.
Caps, 4 question marks, 4 exclamation points, caps again, 3 question marks.
So you're not yelling. You're reading it as it was sent in.
That's correct.
Okay.
I go into Daniel Day-Lewis mode and go into character of the texter.
Okay.
Yeah, and I try to convey their anger at the topic on the presentation. And when we were talking about the Blues, they wanted us to talk about the NBA. Then we talked about the NBA, then they wanted us to talk about Wrexham.
Yeah, European soccer.
I do fear we're right next to the KC headquarters, and when Tim yells, I just want to look through the window and see if they got knocked off the air. They were playing some Mama's Pride, I think, and all of a sudden they just got knocked off the air because of the yelling. People don't understand off air what we talk about. we were breaking down the drive to Winnipeg versus the
because
drive
somebody
to Edmonton.
texted in and said they were literally listening to the program as they're driving to Winnipeg for Game 5, and we thought, wow, that's a commitment. What do we come up with? It's 16 hours? 15 hours,
22, St. Louis to Winnipeg. It's over 1,000 miles. That's a person who should call in.
Yeah, call in.
Driving to Winnipeg.
That's commitment for Game 5. You'll be in that one blue sweater amongst the whiteout.
Yeah, boy, that would be tough.
And that is, games 1 and 2, that's one thing. Early on in a playoff series, kind of free rolling a little bit emotionally. Tomorrow night, that place is going to be on edge. Whoo, cats and dogs. So pack a lunch. Be ready.
I think if you're Jackson's age, you and your buddies, that'd be a good road trip. Just in the middle of the week, just go for it.
I have to be honest, that sounds dreadful.
Well, no.
What if you go to Oklahoma City for a playoff game?
Well, that's different. That's like that's like 5 hours, not 15.
What if I had tickets to see
going
Dub
to a different
Nation?
country?
If you had tickets to Dub Nation.
But they were playing their playoff game in Winnipeg.
Wow.
Think about it.
Tough sudden.
I'm seeing here you could fly.
I'm out.
Southwest, you could fly to Winnipeg from $395.
Really? How many places do you have to go through?
It's hard to say.
Stop
based
or
on this.
two, I would
Try to
say.
stop at Atlanta.
Most of the others, like Delta, 605 round trip. That's round trip. So 300 round trip.
What about the tariff?
Wouldn't that be cheaper than driving?
Just in gas alone, I think it would be pretty close.
Stopping to eat
And
every
food
time.
and then your
Winnipegger.
literal time.
I think you're right about that. Well, let's fly up there for the game, eh? John Kelly's going to be doing that, and he's going to
flying
join
up
us
there
in the next segment. I don't think they have any stops on the Blues charter. That would be a bad beat.
They might stop to let Vitali out.
Halfway. The players would be furious if they had 2 or 3 stops between here and Winnipeg to let people off.
John Kelly.
Steiner would not be pleased.
Joining us next here on TMA, presented to you by Brown & Croup, and this is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back. The Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, John Kelly. JK, good morning.
Timmy, how are you doing today?
I'm all fired up. I bet you're fired up, too, for tomorrow night.
Absolutely. Can't wait for Game 5 after what we just saw in the last couple of games. Blues fans have got to be really excited.
I was listening to, I've been reading Winnipeg columnists, listening to Winnipeg podcasts. The angst in Winnipeg, it's not a byproduct of the last two games in St. Louis. It's a byproduct that probably actually goes back in part to 2019. I'm sure part of it is rooted in the franchise moving a couple of decades ago. There is real psychological damage to that fan base, and what took place in St. Louis intensified it even more. So you have the fan base, then you have the team itself, and then you have the goaltender. So it's one thing, John, if the Blues just won those games, but they didn't just win those games. They dominated, and Connor Hellebuyck got pulled twice. What do you think the impact of what took place in St. Louis is on the Jets at this moment?
You know, Tim, it's hard to say because, in the playoffs, strange things can happen. And even though the Blues have a lot of momentum right now, does it really carry over into Game 5? I'm not sure. I think it does affect Hellebuyck because not just in this series, but he has very poor playoff numbers. I mean, last year in the first round against Colorado, they lost in 5 games, Tim, and he allowed 5 goals in every single game, at least 5 goals. Mm-hmm. So I don't know why a goaltender who leads the league in goals against suddenly loses confidence. And I think if you look at the way Hellebuyck is playing, he's not playing as a confident goalie. He's not been good out of his net, handling the puck. He gave up Buchnevic's third goal with a misplay behind the net. And you look at Game 4, I think that, to me, when a goalie's not confident, he's deep in his net. And I think in particular on the Schenn goal in Game 4, he was right on the goal line. And on Robert Thomas's goal, Thomas comes in and he doesn't play that aggressively at all. And Robert just basically goes around him and tucks in a backhander. So I think that's their biggest problem, is the fact that their goaltender right now is not playing confidently. But getting back to the original question about, the fan base and confidence, you can't get too carried away with what happened in the last game. And I say that because look at the Dallas-Colorado series. In Game 4, Colorado just smoked Dallas 4-0. And if you saw the game, you'd say there's just no chance Dallas is winning another game. Well, guess what? Dallas won last night 6-2, and they're up 3-2 in the series. So even though the Blues did get 12 goals on the Jets and they're pouring it on, again, team-wise, it doesn't mean a whole lot in the next game. But I think, obviously, there's enormous pressure on Hellebuyck. That's the bigger story to me. How he performs in Game 5 and Game 6.
Yeah, that's where I want to specify it. It'd be one thing if, the Blues win 3-2 and 4-2 and, there isn't a whole lot there. But with what took place here, as you can imagine, there is talk based on the recent postseason history for him about what direction do they go. And if a soft goal is let in early, do they make a move? Do you think that he is on a short leash in Winnipeg?
I think he is. And, after the game, I was wondering, do they come back and start Hellebuyck in Game 5? And after thinking about it, I think they have to. The guy's going to probably win a Vezina Trophy once again. They announced the finalists yesterday. But I think if he loses Game 5, then they're going to probably have to switch things up in Game 6. And to get to your point, yes, I do think he's on a short leash. If he gives up 1 or 2 goals or a bad goal in the first period and they fall behind and the fans get restless and things like that, yeah, there's no question that he could get pulled. I can't remember, Tim, quite honestly, the last time that I've seen a goaltender get pulled in 2 straight playoff games. And it happened, obviously, in Games 3 and 4. And you're right. It's not just the fact that Jets lost. It's the way they lost. They got just destroyed by the Blues. Conversely, the Blues lost 2 goals up in Winnipeg, or 2 games in Winnipeg, basically by 1 goal. So the Blues have played better in the series, although it's tied 2-2, and the Blues still have to win 1 game on the road, and hopefully they can do it on Wednesday night.
At the other end of the ice, Jordan Binnington has been outstanding. He seems to be at his best when the games are the most important. Is he about the best big game goalie in the league right now, would you say? Or right up there, anyway?
Yeah, I would say he's right up there with Bobrovsky, obviously, with the Florida Panthers. That team has gone to the final the last 2 years and, of course, won last year. Vasilevsky with Tampa Bay has obviously won a couple of cups. So, yeah, he's right up there, considering what he did in 19. And, he was great in the 22 playoffs until he got run over by Kadri and what he just did in the Four Nations tournament. So, he's got ice in his veins. And quite honestly, it's quite the contrast to the goaltender at the other end of the ice who doesn't play as well in the big games. Now, he could turn things around. We'll see. But right now, I think the Blues do have a decided edge in goal.
One thing Doug Armstrong always would talk about was like depth throughout the lines. Even when the Hawks were loaded, they had better star players. He said, my goal is to have better 3 or 4 lines instead of trying to be as good as their top line. And I'm bringing this up because if you look at the scoring, like Thomas has scored, Buchnevich has scored, Neighbors and Snuggerud and Shen. I mean, I think the balance here, and if you're in the playoffs, isn't that key? If you're going to advance, it can't be 1 or 2 guys. I mean, I just think that's the Blues' strength right now is they're getting scoring from up and down the roster.
Not only that, Martin, they're also getting scoring from their defense. Their defense has been just phenomenal. Going into play on Sunday, I believe they were the 2nd highest scoring defense in the league. And then, of course, Tucker scored in that game and also Justin Falk. So I don't know the stats right now, but they're probably right up there leading the league in defensive scoring. So, that's another issue for the Jets is so far they have been a one-line team in this series, and they're missing, of course, a couple of key players. Nikolai Ehlers probably won't play in the series. I bet we see Velarde in Game 5. He did take warm-up the other day in St. Louis, and he's a good player. The former LA King led the Jets this year with 12 power play goals, so he could help their power play, which has not been great in the series. The Blues penalty killing has certainly outperformed them. So that could help them getting Velarde back. But, yeah, if you're a Jets fan, I think you do need, obviously, better goaltending, but you also need some more scoring other than the Scheifele-Connor line.
I think it's interesting that Jimmy Snuggerud, even though he's been on the team, 2 or 3 weeks, is getting about as much ice time as any other forward. When the season's on the line, he's out there on the ice. Are you surprised that they have been able to trust him and that he's performed at this level so quickly in his career?
Yeah, I think it's a feather in his cap that he's been able to do that, Doug, because it's not easy, obviously, coming from junior hockey or college in this case and playing not only, big minutes, but also he's been on the 1st or 2nd line since he came to the Blues about 3 weeks ago. So he is such a smart player. I didn't know what to really expect from Jimmy Snuggerud because we hadn't seen him play professionally. We knew he had a big shot, and he's a really good goal scorer, but he's a lot smarter player than I thought he was, and he thinks the game at an elite level. And he's going to score a lot of goals in this league. He's already played really well. Even though he doesn't have a ton of goals so far, he scored 2 goals so far as an NHLer. But to come in and play in that rich environment with very little experience and not look out of place, not look nervous, I think it's been tremendous to see.
My favorite call, JK, the other day was goal number 1, and this is John's call on FanDuel Sports Network.
Rico gets a kick. He scores!
I don't know. I don't care. I love that call because I've always wondered with hockey, it's so damn hard on the shots that get deflected. Who did score? The guy who shoots it, the guy who's in front. But, John, I support you saying I don't care because they're leading 1-0.
Yeah, I actually used the same call about 2 months ago, and it was Neighbors, I think, in the play as well. So I sort of brought it out of mothballs, but I was a little worried when he tipped it that it could have been a high stick, but obviously it wasn't. But, I think that really was the key goal in the game because the Blues had been outplayed in the first period. That sort of settled them down, and then they took over in the second period. But I think that's the way fans felt about the goal is it doesn't really matter who scored the goal or how it went in. The fact is, it was a goal and it tied the game at 1.
And John, this show doesn't really care about much, so it's the perfect call. Just saying, I don't care.
Actually, it's know about much.
Oh, know about much.
John doesn't care. We don't know.
No.
That's the combination. John Kelly, kind enough to join us here to talk it over as the Blues take on the Jets. Certainly, this is the nature of the postseason. Talking about that Colorado series, you got the Landeskog goal, the momentum there, the emotion of that. They just choke out the Stars, and then Dallas scores 11 seconds in. I'm sure that caught Avalanche fans off guard last night. Right now in Winnipeg, there isn't a lot of confidence. In St. Louis, there is. But that has been a very difficult building to win in throughout the course of the year, and Winnipeg has been able to keep teams in check during the regular season offensively. That also is their track record in recent regular seasons as well. They had the lowest amount of goals allowed last year, John, and then wound up having the problems that they had in the first round, as you cited. And then there was the same situation 2 years ago when they had allowed the second fewest goals in the Western Conference. Only Dallas had allowed fewer. And then once again, they allowed a bunch of goals in the playoffs. So what some of our listeners have been theorizing is that perhaps the style of play that works for Winnipeg in the regular season is not as conducive to success in the postseason. Do you see anything there to explain what is certainly a bit of PTSD for Jets fans when it comes to the postseason?
Well, that's a lot to digest, Tim. Number one, the Blues are the only Central Division team to win a game in Winnipeg this year. And of course, they have to win a game in Winnipeg to advance. I think that under Scott Arniel, it's his first year, they are a really well-structured, well-coached team. And I think that in the first 2 games of the series, you saw that, even though the Blues scored 3 goals in game number 1. They didn't get much in the third period. I think they had only 2 shots on goal in game 1 in the third period. And then in game number 2, they lose 2-1 and didn't get much generated at all in the third period. So to me, they have the structure. They have a really good defensive core. But if your goaltender can't stop the puck, then all of that's sort of out the window. So to me, I don't want to put everything at the feet of Hellebuck, but I think right now he is their biggest problem. And it doesn't matter how many great players you have, how good your structure is. If the goaltender doesn't have confidence and exude confidence and stop the puck, then I think you have a problem. So that's the way I see that.
Yeah, Winnipeg does have an amazing home record. They're 37-4 this year in the regular season. That's incredible. Why do you think they're so much better at home than on the road?
Well, they were good everywhere this year, Doug. They won the President's Trophy. So, again, they're a good team. They are missing a couple of key players. The Blues are missing a couple of key players. We know that. So that sort of evens out. But, playoffs are just a different beast and a different animal. And you look over the history of the league, not the history of the league, but since they instituted the President's Trophy, which was, 30 years ago or so, the President's Trophy winning team does not win the Stanley Cup very often. I don't know why, and my point is that it's just different, and playoff hockey is just a different animal. And, maybe the Jets and their roster and their, 20-man roster isn't as effective in the playoffs as it is in the regular season. I don't know. But I just think the biggest thing is that it is a way different style of hockey, and it's a way different game of hockey. And the Jets have not had success so far in the Stanley Cup playoffs as far as going deep, and hopefully that won't change this year.
And, John, fair to say Tucker's out is it a fair guess the rest of this series?
Well, based on what I saw the other day, if he comes back and plays, I would be very surprised. The Blues have not announced anything as of yet regarding a situation that I know of. So, that's a tough blow. He's been playing so well, scored the winning goal the other day. So, I hate to say it, but I would be surprised to see him in the series. We'll see.
John Kelly and the Blues heading to Winnipeg for Game 5 tomorrow night. And then, no matter what, back in St. Louis for Game 6. Could be the only game in the Stanley Cup playoffs on Friday if things break the right way. Blues, Jets tomorrow night, Game 5. The eyes of St. Louis and the hockey world will be on this one for what is turning out to be one hell of a series. John, enjoy the conversation and looking forward to your call tomorrow night. Always appreciate the time.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you.
Looking forward to it. Thanks. That's John Kelly with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective. Think about it.
I'm thinking about it right now.
What do you think of his perspective?
I'm thinking about it.
All right.
About his perspective and about it. And I agree with him that we tend to want to make, these proclamations that because a team was bad in Game 4, they're done the rest of the series, and things just turn on a dime. Even that goal that Neighbors scored that made such a difference in Game 4, that was just a half a click on a stick. He got a quarter of an inch of the puck, hit his stick, and bounced the right way. That's how close you come between a huge goal to turn the game and not getting the goal at all. So it's hard. It's so darn hard to predict in hockey because the puck bounces in some crazy ways, and when you think you got it figured out, sometimes it goes a complete opposite way.
And that Stars-Avalanche series would be a great example of it because Colorado has dominated that series up until last night, and now they are a loss away from their season coming to a conclusion. Same thing with what you have in Tampa and Florida. Some rivals there, two teams that could absolutely make a cup run, but one is going to be gone after playing each other in the first round, and the momentum stops when the previous game stops, even though understandably fans are feeling it. The fan base that wins feels incredible momentum and confidence, and the fan base that loses feels like there's no hope. That's the mindset in Winnipeg at this moment, but in Dallas last night, they get a goal 11 seconds in, and all of a sudden Game 4 is forgotten. That is the nature of the Stanley Cup playoffs. However, specific to Hellebuck, that's the thing to keep an eye on, because if Hellebuck had played well throughout the course of the series, there's no way they're pulling him if he gives up a soft goal or two in Game 5. Because of what's taken place so far in this series, that's something to keep an eye on. I will be intrigued by it should the Blues get to him early on tomorrow night. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. You're welcome to call in 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646. Email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and talk it over with other friends while watching the program. 292 folks are in there right now. Monty Kessler is in there, and he says, if they are the only game Friday, can we move up the game time start, please? Doug, you are in charge of that. Can you move that up?
Yes, I can. I can move it up to about 6:30. That'd give people time to get home from work and then maybe catch a quick bite to eat.
Yeah, Friday night's pizza night, of course.
Pizza night, yes. And then get to the game.
I think the league takes that into consideration.
Friday night being pizza night, I think they do. I think they do.
They should, absolutely.
Yeah, I think I'm due for pizza go-go, cash only, on my rotation. I think that's where I'm on Friday.
Sausage and mushroom, please.
Yeah, you're welcome to get that. Some people like some things, some people like other things. I'm more of a meat and potatoes guy, as you know.
You get potatoes on there?
Oh, is that an Irish joke?
No. I told you I had it in Nashville. I was down there around Thanksgiving, and they had a Thanksgiving pizza special. And I said, oh, it sounds horrible, but since it's a special, I'll try it. It was the worst pizza I've ever put in my mouth.
You do it elaborate?
Yes. They had mashed potatoes on the pizza. Oh, I figured, there's going to be some turkey on there or something. No turkey. Mashed potatoes on the pizza.
I like a lot of things.
It was horrendous.
Your thoughts on mashed potatoes on pizza? Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Dwight Gooden on the program at 9 o'clock. A surprise guest with a 9 on the 1 to 10 listener approval rating. Martin wants to make it clear this is not the YouTube chat listener approval or the text inbox listener approval. This is the silent majority.
Okay.
Their approval is a 9. That's all.
There is no one you could get that would be a 10 on the text line.
I think Eloise.
That's a good question.
Yeah,
I don't know if there's
I was working in the yard yesterday, and I was thinking of the most random, just throw. I was thinking if I could get to Jay Leno and just throw you guys for a total,
Leno.
Just for a total, throw you for a loop.
Jay Leno might be joining us at 9:30. Martin could have just bluffed.
Yep. See, what if that's part of the trickery here?
TMA 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN, and we have Dwight Gooden joining us at 9 o'clock. And Ed Herman of Brown and Crouppen is here wearing a Gooden Mets jersey.
A Dwight Gooden Mets jersey, which I was just mentioning to Doug that I won this, and it's signed by Dwight.
Yeah, right
Look
there.
at that, right there on the 6th of the 16th.
But, I got it at an auction. Have you guys been to this new app called Whatnot? Have you experienced this yet?
I have not, no.
Okay, Whatnot. And this could be the next big thing. This could be the next eBay. Imagine eBay, but every single auction is a live auction. People go on there, they set up their own little stores, and they're auctioning things constantly. And you pre-program your address and your credit card information so that as you're swiping, it's all in real time. And you're going out, and there's a ton of different stores. It's designer handbags, there's sunglasses, there's sports memorabilia, there's baseball cards, cologne, electronics, and you get onto their store and let me tell you, it's intoxicating.
Really?
So I was on one, and they had this beautiful 1986 style jersey, and it was signed by Dwight Gooden with a good authentication on it. And I don't know what got into me. It just all the memories of my youth flooded back. I just started swiping. Must have been the hand of God, because who would have thought that? I was hoping Dwight would be in studio, but I guess he's going to be on the radio. But still, I mean, we're going to be back-to-back guests. That's sort of like our
Dwight Gooden,
and
then whatever the surprise guest that Martin has at 9:30.
It's all
and on a
coming
scale
together.
of 1 to 10, Ed, he says it's a 9 for
Really?
listener enjoyment.
Is
For
that
listener
true?
enjoyment, yes.
Oh
So
my
you have-
God!
Yeah. And none of us know, not even Jackson.
Wow.
Yeah, so tune in.
I only brought the one jersey.
Now, as a Yankee fan, was it okay
That's
to
what I
root
was
for the
gonna
Mets?
ask.
There was a special window of time in the mid-'80s when the Met teams, there was so much excitement in New York when Darryl Strawberry came up first in '83 and won the Rookie of the Year, and had just had this incredible power. It wasn't that he hit a ton of homers. I think as a rookie, he maybe had 26, but it was how far they went and how majestic they were. And then the next year, this 19-year-old kid, Dwight Gooden, and he was electric. And it didn't matter who you were. If you knew he was pitching, everybody wanted to watch. I remember him going to the All-Star game, either as a rookie or the next year, facing the greatest hitters in the American League, the big, the guys with the muscles. And he came in and struck them all out, one after the next, right in his All-Star game. And it was insane. And then, of course, 85, he wins the Cy Young, one of the greatest seasons ever pitched. And then 86, the World Series. You could not be, it was infectious.
Yeah. You turned your back on the Yankees.
For a short period of time.
Oh,
gosh. I was telling these guys earlier, it's 16 complete games during the 85 Cy Young season.
Isn't that amazing?
Now if there's 16 in the league this year.
What was his ERA? Was it 1.53?
It was 1.53.
Wow. How do you like that? That was one of those seasons where a lot of people felt he probably should have gotten the MVP award, but that was the Willie McGee year. And the Cardinals, won their division. That was before the realignment.
That's correct. I've made it clear my disdain for baseball's postseason format, diluting, in my opinion, the value of the regular season. However, Ed, if we could have had this ridiculous format that they have right now back then, and if the Cardinals and Mets could have played a best-of-7 NLCS with how much those two teams disliked each other and the talent on both teams, the contrasting styles, Doug, it would have been a baseball orgy.
Oh, it would have.
It would have. And the Keith Hernandez connection. Because to me, he was really at the middle of all of that.
Well, it was still great
that
to
would
get
have
Neil
been.
Allen.
That's actually, we won't do it now, but that's a good game to play. Is what would have been two teams that you would have loved to have seen facing each other.
85 Cardinals and Mets is an easy one.
That's a really good one.
Yeah,
I would have watched the best of 21 with those two.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was the best.
You couldn't
They
see those
hated
two
each
play
other.
enough.
Yeah,
and it is crazy that Doc's big year, that 85, that was the Cardinals' year.
Yeah.
And then 86, he dropped off a little bit. But
that whole rotation that the Mets had in 86 was incredible. I mean, it was Ron Darling and Sid Fernandez. Who was the other guy that taught Bobby Ojeda? That was a really, and then I think Rick Aguilera was technically the fifth starter before he eventually became a closer. But that was that team, that whole 86 team was amazing. You guys are going to have, what are you talking to Gooden about?
He's coming to town. He's going to be here on Saturday. We'll just talk about life and stuff, and I'll look at this baseball reference page I've got called up and act as if I remember it like it was yesterday in my brain.
I will say that one of the really cool things about Dwight's career was after, everything had fallen off the rails and he really had hit rock bottom, George Steinbrenner, the owner of the Yankees, had real affection in his heart for Gooden and brought him to the Yankees, I think, in 96. Mm-hmm. He's part of the 96 championship. So in 86, he wins a title with the Mets. In 96, he wins a title with the Yankees, which very few people can make the claim. But Strawberry was also on both teams. But the no-hitter that Gooden pitched as a Yankee was, in a lot of ways, it was sort of like when Tiger Woods won that last Masters
2019.
After he had, gone through the ringer. It's like it was such a magical moment to see because we knew what he was and what that potential was. And then he had this massive fall from grace. And then he had this little second opportunity. And for just one day, he was, no-hitter perfect, and you couldn't imagine an entire city and maybe every sports fan just getting behind something like that. It was incredible.
Yeah, I think he went 11-7 that year. Doug, was his ERA 5.01 in 96, I think, for the Yankees?
I think so. And I believe, just off the top of my head, he started 29 games.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Finished one of them.
Yeah, you're right, I think.
The knowledge on this show
was the no-hitter. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's magical.
What a big day. We're talking Doc Gooden, and we were talking Adriana's off air, and Ed will buy you lunch if you see him there today.
Yeah, exactly. If you're out there and you see
sloppy
me.
Giuseppe is what you always recommend. And that's on Tuesdays, right?
Thursdays and not every Thursday. You got to check their specials every day. But you can buy, I think they sell frozen, the sloppy Giuseppe. Like you can get a quart of that good meat. And you can prepare it on your own.
Oh,
so
wow.
I can sit down and just eat a bucket of that meat. I'm telling you, it's the best tasting stuff I've ever had. You know what else is great there? Because when I started eating healthier, I needed an alternative. And their Italian tuna, the Italian tuna at Adriana's is damn good.
Now, if I'm going to Adriana's, I feel like getting tuna would be a waste. But you're obviously, you got something going here.
They don't, you're thinking of tuna like, with just a little mayonnaise and celery. That is not their tuna.
Shot at my dinner last night.
They take their... Now, listen, I love regular tuna salad, but I'm telling you, give it a shot one day. They take it and they cut up a lot of vegetables into it. They cut up olives into it. They put in really good oil, seasonings and spices. They mix this thing up. They put it on a salad. Or you could have it on a sandwich. I get it on a salad. Yeah, that's delicious.
Is that right?
They just know what they're doing. You know what I saw yesterday? And you probably knew this. That Giantoni's is up for sale.
Because I was reading in the Business Journal about John Viviano's building being up, but now that Giantoni's is for sale as well.
Yeah. I mean,
why don't you buy that?
You know what? If I thought I can do that place justice, that's a great restaurant. Giantoni's is not struggling. I mean, he just wants to retire.
He just wants to retire.
He's been doing it 35 years, but... folks, if you haven't been to Giantoni's, make sure to do it now because you never know when ownership changes, how things might otherwise change. But they have the best tortellini that you're going to find, certainly in St. Louis.
It's a great spot. It's a great spot.
Maybe even beyond.
We like to go to Antonino's during the middle of the Blues playoff games. Usually when it's tied at 1, we'll just leave in the middle of watching a Blues game.
And unfortunately, that's what little Jackie Papers here did during
middle
game
of the playoff
1.
game.
Yeah.
Headed right over to Antonino's.
You left to go to Antonino's?
Yeah.
Was it for the T-Ravs?
Yeah,
it was. Yeah.
Well, and then the GM texted in the show and says we're all invited to come on down.
And we're going to be
like that. Well, Antonino's, I believe, they were on Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives years ago, and they showed you how they make their famous toasted ravioli.
Oh yeah, what was doing?
Meat, pasta, a little cheese, little sauce.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's delicious stuff.
Why do you suppose it hadn't caught on the rest of the country?
That's one of the great mysteries of food in this country is how is it that toasted raviolis have not just expanded and gone on? And other cities have things like that too. Kansas City has these pig wings that when you're over there, you think, why haven't these taken on? Because instead of it being like a chicken wing, it's like a little... It's like a little pork rib, but it's sort of done to make it look like a little.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, and they're in Kansas City. Almost every place out there has their version of it. It's like an Asian flavor. I don't know. It's a crazy. There's one place in Kansas City, I think Giambalvo's, that brought the T-Ravs at least over to the other side of the state. But again, I don't know how you get people. It's just a crazy thing.
It's a wonderful little appetizer.
Oh my God!
It's easy to eat. It's not messy.
I think it may be my favorite. I mean, when I came out here, it may be one of the chief reasons I stayed.
Really? Wow. The toasted ravioli.
I had family here, but I don't want to say it was them. It might have been the T-Ravs.
Toasted Rav.
Yeah.
The key to keeping maybe our downtown. We can rebuild downtown, Doug, by getting more T-Ravs in front of people.
Apparently, it lured Ed here. Kept it.
That's the key. I think you might hit on something. We need to start a committee. That I think would
the
be
committee to support downtown, and we have a subcommittee making toasted ravioli more universal.
There you have it.
Something here, Ed. You're always positive about the Cardinals. It seems they're 2-12 away from home. Maybe we should ship them some T-Ravs on the road. They're pretty good at home.
Well, maybe they do best playing in front of an empty crowd.
Oh, well, they're working towards that.
Shot fired. What the heck? You know. That's sort of. I think that seems very odd to me. I don't know why that kind of a split.
2-12 is hard to fathom.
That's a really difficult split to understand. I can't get my head around it.
And their batting numbers we were looking at earlier. Their offense numbers wise are decent. Starting pitching's been decent.
They have played, with the exception of the Pirates. They've played some really good teams on the road. They played the Red Sox, and they played. The Braves are usually pretty good.
Braves are on a heater now.
Mets, they played on the road.
Yeah, and the Mets have been phenomenal this year, even without Juan Soto doing anything. When he kicks in, imagine how good they're going to get. I don't know. Sometimes statistics, it's like that whole thing with the coins. You take 100 pennies, you throw them up in the air, and they fall down. Now, if you count them all up, it's very likely that it's going to be about a 50-50 split between heads and tails. But as you look around the floor, you're going to find little pockets where all you see are heads and little pockets where all you see are tails. And that just happens. They're just, they're clusters. And I think right now that their road record, it may just be one of those clusters. And by the time the year evens out, their winning percentage may be a little bit better at home than on the road. But I don't think statistically you're going to see that kind of disparity.
It's like a Wilson Contreras. He'll end up with about 22 homers, 72 RBI. Like, it's just going to, even though he started terribly, you just kind of know at the end of the year.
It's funny. My phrase for that phenomenon used to be Dave Winfield. I used to say Dave Winfield, no matter how he get hot or cold, at the end of the year, he always had 27 home runs and 100 runs batted in. I was like, yeah. And he kept doing it till he was in the Hall.
Ed, Dwight Gooden is going to be on the line in 5 minutes. So if you want to stick around, ask him a question, feel free. No, why wouldn't you? You're going to know more about him than anybody, I think. Actually,
hang around. He won't be able to see this beautiful jersey. You'll have to
let him know.
Let him know.
Dwight Gooden joining us here.
Is he coming because of toasted ravioli? Is that
in 5 minutes here on the program during the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. That is coming up. Plus the surprise guest at 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. All coming your way. This is TMA 101 ESPN. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. They were founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890, same street the company's headquartered on today. They are proud to have called St. Louis home for 134 years, 135 years, make it. They partner with the St. Louis Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. So basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered as one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success, so it's no wonder why they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one. Stifel, where success meets success.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals lose 3-1 yesterday at the hands of the Cincinnati Reds. They're back in action tonight again against the Reds. 5:40 first pitch. Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
CMA 101 ESPN, and we're going to be joined here in the Marcan Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour by Dwight Gooden, and then Doug at 9:30, a surprise guest.
Okay. And Martin says he is going to give us a hint?
Well, Ed was peppering me. I felt like I was on the witness stand. This guy's working me over.
Wearing his Dwight Gooden. I think the phone's ringing, Jackson.
Listen, I needed some hints.
And Martin wouldn't even give him a hint for the title sponsor of the program. This is a guy, you can count on. He's kind of a Henry Hill guy. You can count on him. Then it got a little tight there at the end of the film. But for the first 90 minutes, you can count on Henry Hill.
I don't think I've ever been called Henry Hill before. How about that?
Jackson's over there talking to Dwight Gooden right now. How about that, Ed? And you're wearing the jersey. I know.
What a big moment for the whole show.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to welcome to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Dwight Gooden with us here on the program. Morning, Dwight. Listen.
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
We're fine.
We're wonderful. And in studio, we have a gentleman wearing your New York Mets
got a New York guy
jersey.
Oh, nice.
Autographed by you.
Oh, I love it. It's good to have fans there in St. Louis. We had some battles in the 80s, but it was a lot of fun. I have a lot of respect for the Cardinals fans. They're definitely first class, but it's good that we have fans still in St. Louis as well. And I'm looking forward to coming in this weekend and have some fun.
We were talking about it earlier. I mean, that was heated. I think Davey Johnson and Whitey Herzog might have been willing to get in the ring and punch each other. What do you remember about the intensity of that rivalry?
Oh, yeah, it was great. You just think 84, coming into the league and then sharing the same spring training complex down in St. Petersburg, Florida with the Cardinals. We had a lot of B games. We had a lot of brawls down there. But it was definitely a heated battle. It was pretty much even match. I remember 85, the Cardinals win. 86, we win. 87, the Cardinals again. 88, it's us again. Just back and forth. The camaraderie was great. Whitey and Davey, I think it was a love-hate relationship. They used to go at it. But it was just a lot of fun, and you knew anytime we played the Cardinals, it was going to be a great series, whether it's in St. Louis or in New York. We had a lot of respect for their ball club as well. They did for us. But on the field, there was no love lost. It was just a lot of fun.
And for a while, the Cardinal fans were calling the Mets pond scum. Did that hurt your feelings at all?
I thought it was great. Great rivalry. And then what's crazy is my good friend and brother, Darryl Strawberry, he lives in St. Louis now. Out of all places he could have moved, he moved to St. Louis.
Clip that off for the Tourism Bureau. It is crazy, though. He loves it here, and he's hard not to notice. So, like, when he goes around town, everybody's like, holy crap, is that Darryl Strawberry? You're right.
Oh, yeah, he loves it. It's a great town, and he talks highly of it. But there's some great fans there and great people there, I must admit. And even though it was a big heated rivalry, the fans were always very respectful, and I love playing there as well.
Dwight Gooden is our guest here on 101 ESPN, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can watch the conversation at youtube.com/TMASTL. I was making the observation, the playoff setup now is a lot different than when you guys were going back and forth in the 1980s, Dwight. But what it would have been like if you could have had the playoff format now and the Cardinals and Mets would have played a best-of-7 for the NLCS. Can you imagine what that would have been like, the intensity and the quality of baseball with the contrasting style?
Oh, my mind. I mean, you're right. If it would have been the way it is now, every year would have been in with the Cardinals. We've been fighting at the end for the NL, yes, and it would have been a lot of fun. Definitely going at it. And every year would have been in because I remember in 85, we won 98 games and got sent home by the Cardinals. And so we definitely would have been meeting each other every year in the playoffs. It would have been a heated rivalry, but it would have been fun. It would have been great for baseball. Unfortunately, it's a later generation, but looking back at it, I wish it could have been the way it is now back then, for sure.
You mentioned Darryl Strawberry. You guys always seem to be linked forever together. How much has that relationship maintained over the years?
Oh, it's probably better now. We've gotten a lot closer. We've had our ups and downs, obviously, over the years, but we let other people get between us. But we worked all that out, and it's like, with your brothers. One day you love them, one day you want to kill them, but today we love each other. And I think we're going to always be stuck together at the hip, and he's doing great things with his ministry. I'm very proud of him. So we talk as much as we can, and then during the season we see each other a lot at the ballpark as well. So hopefully, I'm not sure. I haven't talked to him about his schedule for this weekend, but hopefully he's around. He can come out and we can spend a little time together.
Just to remind folks, you can hang out with Doc Gooden. It's this Saturday at Maggie O'Brien's downtown restaurant and pub. Cards Mets weekend series. A lot going on sports-wise downtown, but on Saturday, you can get tickets by going to the Maggie O'Brien Facebook page. Their website is down. I don't know if it crashed people trying to buy tickets, but right now, go to the Facebook page for Maggie O'Brien's. You're going to get tickets to see Doc Gooden hanging out. You've got appetizers. There's a cash bar. You can ask questions of Doc, get a picture taken. You'll get a signed, autographed, glossy picture as well. Chance to hang out. So go to the Maggie O'Brien's Facebook page. Here's a New York superfan, Ed Herman, right now with you, Doc.
Now, Doc, I got a question for you. I got one question.
Sir.
Just one.
Okay, buddy.
Which was the bigger moment in your career? Which felt better? When you were really young and made the All-Star team and you were facing the meat of that order and you struck them all out 1, 2, 3 in front of the whole world. That had to feel amazing. Or when you threw the no-hitter with the Yankees in '96.
Oh, wow. Those are two tough ones, man. If I can pick both, I mean, you hit it right on for my top two, and I'm going to tell you why. So the 84 All-Star game, I'm 19 years old, year and a half out of high school. And like you say, pitching national TV, All-Star game, something you dream of, and something you always imagine, even just attending, neither less than involved in, and straight on 3 guys. For me, for an individual standpoint, that was probably a highlight of my career. One of the highlights, one of the biggest highlights. But the no-hitter, I don't know if you know the story, but my dad had been on dialysis for 15 years, and his heart was deteriorating, and he was going to have open heart surgery the following day. So I was scheduled to go home the day I pitched the no-hitter to be with him. And I decided to pitch, and it turned out to be the last game my dad saw me pitch. So that made that one. Oh, my
God.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
I made that one as well. So I'll have to pick the two that you just said, the All-Star game and the no-hitter.
Unbelievable.
When you were, considering you're pitching an All-Star game at 19 years old, what was it like when you were coming up? I mean, those of us who are parents, we get a chance to see kids, playing when they're 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. And sometimes kids are just dominant, but then they don't necessarily mature and they regress, fall back to the pack. Obviously, that wasn't the case for you getting to the major leagues at a young age. When you were playing baseball at a young age, were you playing up with like older kids, or were you just dominating everybody that you faced to the point that people are like, this kid's a future star?
I think that's a great point. So my father, me and my nephew, Gary Sheffield, we grew up in the same house. He's my sister's son. Mm-hmm. I'm 4 years older. But I remember one day my dad was a huge baseball fan, way ahead of his time. Like back then in the 70s and the early 80s, we didn't get, all the games. Like I got all the networks now, ESPN, MLB Network. We didn't have all that then. So we'll get the one game a week on Saturdays. But living in Tampa, we got all Atlanta Braves games on the radio. So my dad would be watching the game on Saturday. We listened to the game on the radio. And one day he came home. He said, how much you like baseball? I said, I love baseball. I must have been like 7, 8 years old. He said, okay, every day I come home from work, we're going to go to the park and we're going to work on stuff. And it wasn't fun because every day he came home from work, we go to the park, but we wouldn't take a glove. We wouldn't take a ball. We wouldn't take a bat. We just did all this mechanic stuff. And he knew, don't ask me how, but he knew I was going to be a pitcher and Gary was going to be a hitter. He had Gary working on his swings. He had me working on my leg lift. I had the high leg kick. It was all about timing, doing mechanics. And after about 3 weeks after doing all the drills, then we started throwing, with a ball and bat. And so from Little League, from like 7 to 10, I was just average. When I got 12, I totally dominated. I mean, I dominated hitting and pitching. But then when I got 13, I'll go to the bigger field. Things kind of even out a little bit. And I didn't start back dominating until I got to high school, my junior year. I didn't play my freshman or sophomore year. I only played a year and a half of high school, technically. We had a gentleman, Floyd Yeomans, who was drafted by the Mets in 82 in the second round. He got kicked off the team halfway through our junior year. He moved to California with his dad, and that's how I got into the starting rotation my junior year of high school. And so technically I only pitched a year and a half of baseball in high school. My dad had already had me ready for that moment, and then I just got bigger and stronger my senior year, and the Mets drafted me, and then just took off from there.
Doc, you had 68 career complete games. We were talking earlier about how that just doesn't happen. You go 6 innings now, they immediately take you out. What would Doc Gooden be doing in the game right now? Would you demand to stay in there to finish the game that you started?
Oh, prime example, the no-hitter I had, I think in the 7th inning I was gassed. I had like 15 pitches, and Mel Stoudemire came out. He goes, how you doing? I said, it doesn't matter. I'm not coming out. And I don't really blame the pitchers now. It's more the system. Yeah. And they throw these guys in mollies. Everything's about velocity and spin rate, which I think hopefully we get back to the way it was, 10, 15 years ago, letting these guys go deep in the games because, when you just think about velocity and spin rate, these guys' careers are not lasting long. They're blowing out. And then the bullpens, these guys are shot come August, September. You got nobody in the bullpen. You got to use starters, down, especially in the postseason, using starters because the bullpen was wore out. So hopefully get back to the way it was.
I don't remember seeing a lot of pitch clocks back in the 80s when you were in your heyday. You know how hard you were throwing?
No, and so in my prime, I only hit 100 miles per hour one time. And I would say like from 84 to probably 88, I was anywhere between, I would say 92 to 97. But from what I hear now, they say it's the radar guns are picking up the speed out of the hand, opposed to when we played, it was when it crossed the plate. How true that is, I don't know, but it makes sense to me. So I think if Nolan Ryan was throwing today, he'd probably throwing about 110. Yeah. But if you think about it, everybody's throwing 100 now. I mean, come on. Something's there. I don't know.
What's it like for Doc Gooden going to Citi Field, going back to Mets events and games? You're very recognizable as well. What's your relationship with the fans these days?
Oh, I love it. I love going back to the ballpark, having a good time, especially like last year, brought back a lot of good joy. They had a good season. And when I'm there, I like sitting in the stands. I want to high-five the fans. I want to be a part of that. And the team gave me that last year where you get to be a fan again, even though the fans all around. And we just have a good time. I love going back there. The fans show me a lot of support, a lot of love, and I try to give that back to them. And even at Yankee Stadium, going to Yankee Stadium, the same thing. The ovation I get, and the fans, they really talk about my career. And now I got nothing but time. You can talk about what it was and relive different moments where they remember what they was doing at certain times or certain games. It's just a lot of fun. And like last year when I got my number retired, that was like the ultimate. Having a number retired there, having all my fans, my kids, my grandkids all there. It was just a tremendous feeling, and I can't thank the Mets ownership, Steve and Alex Cohen, enough for giving me that honor. It's like the highest honor a team can give you, and plus I'm able to share that with the fans, my kids, my grandkids, and all my friends from all around. So it's just a great, great feeling.
If you had told me as a teenage kid, okay, I had to pick my most hated Met, I would have struggled because Dykstra, Backman, Hojer, I'm very sorry, but all three were kind of on my list. How about for you guys on the Cardinals? Was there anybody that just got under your skin? If you were going to drill one Cardinal, who would it be?
Vince Coleman.
You didn't even hesitate.
And the thing is, I played with Vince, and I knew Vince in the minor league. Vince is a good friend of mine, but I hated Vince playing against him. I mean, he was one of those guys that I couldn't pick him off. I had to high leg kick, and he used to tell me, Doc, don't bother throwing over here because as soon as you go to the plate, I'm taking off, and there's nothing you can do about it. And he was right. There's nothing I can do about it, but great guy, great friend of mine, but he was the one guy playing another team that you hated to face.
Well, if he gets on first, he's going to end up on third.
Oh, without a doubt. That's the only thing about the Cardinals in the 80s, man. They had all those guys can run, especially on that extra turf. It was like a trike meet. The guy got on base, and one of my biggest weaknesses was holding runners on, and they knew that. So, like you said, if I walked them, I got a single. It would end up 2 pitches later, these guys on third base. So I hated facing the Cardinals, especially in St. Louis.
Doc Gooden in town this weekend. Maggie O'Brien's Pub on Saturday. We got a Cards-Mets weekend. It's a meet and greet. You can get those tickets at Maggie O'Brien's Facebook page. Right now, the website crashed, which is maybe because of this event. So you can get your tickets. It's appetizers, cash bar, hanging out with Doc Gooden, taking pictures. You'll get an autographed glossy photo as well. That's this Saturday at Maggie O's.
Yeah, and also, guys, Friday, I'll be there Friday before the game also, just hanging out. So if you guys in the area, downtown Mag. If you want to stop by, I'll be there as well, just hanging out.
How about that? You're going to have the Blues taking on the Jets, and you can hang out at Maggie O'Brien's with Dwight Gooden.
Battlehawks. John Gruden's coming to town.
Yeah.
Doc Gooden's. It's all happening.
Center of sports.
No, John Gruden was on yesterday.
Yeah.
Thanks for podcasting. Jeez. Wow.
He's awesome, man. I loved him when he was in Tampa. He should be back in the NFL, too.
That's right. You're a Tampa guy. That's right. It's all coming together, Tim.
Yeah, we had him on the program yesterday, Doc.
Most definitely. Great guy. So they should bring him back in the NFL.
What if we can get Gruden and Gooden together on Friday night before the Blues game? I think we got something going here.
Yeah. Matt Holliday says it was all a hoax, and I said, okay, but Gruden texted me, said, I'll meet you at the game. So I'm going to meet up with Gruden and Doc. I'll stop by there on Friday. You got to love an owner like Steve Cohen who has spent, they go out and get soda. They've spent on Lindor. I mean,
they brought back Alonso.
As a player, you would have loved playing. Well, I guess you had that with Steinbrenner, right? Throwing money around?
I got this friends with George, and not only these guys spend money, but they're good baseball people. George was a great baseball man, and I think he should be in the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
Get him thing, and what Steve Cohen is doing now, he cares about the alumni, he cares about the fans, obviously cares about the players and the team, and he's doing whatever he can to bring a winner to New York, bring that winner to Queens, and I'm excited about it. And I love the new ownership. The Whip-Ons was great as well, but what Steve Cohen is doing is magnificent, and so I can only imagine what the future is going to be like.
Who's a better owner, Steve Cohen or Eddie McVeigh, the owner at Maggie? I mean, I guess it's probably a LaRussa, but tied for first. How in the hell do you know? How did you get connected with Eddie?
Yeah, they have neck and neck. I met Eddie too. Remember my good friend and teammate Brian Bowringer, who I played with the Yankees. When I came to St. Louis for a signing, I guess a couple months ago, we went out to eat, and Brian took me to Eddie's place. And I got to meet Eddie, and we talked about hanging out. Found out Eddie was a big fan of mine also, and we talked about doing something when the Mets and Cardinals played. And it just happened that, they're playing this weekend, and so we worked it out. So I'm looking forward to being there and hanging out at Maggie's.
Brian Bowringer, a World Series champ on the 96 bullpen. He's got some great stories. How about it all goes back to Bowringer? Doug, did he go to Northwest House Springs? Is that?
I believe that's correct.
Is he the 930 guy?
Bowringer, let me say a quick story about Bowringer. So Brian, he grew up in St. Louis, obviously, so he's a Cardinal fan. And obviously, I grew up with the Mets, so I'm a Mets fan. But we were playing with the Yankees, and we both was in the bullpen. We used to be watching the Mets and the Cardinals scores when on the scoreboard and taking bets. We used to bet each other who's going to win and who's going to do. Even though we're on the Yankees, but we're watching the Mets and the Cardinal games.
That's outstanding.
and Brian's always been a good friend of mine. Great guy.
That's outstanding. Well, he's responsible for this weekend at Maggie O'Brien's, where Dwight Gooden will be hanging out both on Friday and Saturday now with the great Eddie McVeigh. Maybe, Eddie McVeigh, Doc Gooden, John Gruden, Blues and Jets,
Battlehawks,
Cardinals and Mets.
A lot of fun. Make sure you guys
What a
come
time
by.
to be alive.
Amen. Doc, thanks so much for taking time out of your morning to talk it over with us. The audience has really enjoyed the conversation, and we'll look forward to seeing you in St. Louis this weekend, man. Thank you so much.
Oh, sounds good. My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
See you guys this weekend.
Thank you. Looking forward to it. That's Dwight Gooden with us here on TMA. How about that? That was fun, man.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. He's terrific.
He's got good stories.
Mm-hmm. Ed's like, that's it. He took the headset off, slammed it down. I just got Doc Gooden. Your day is complete.
That's it.
Wow.
I mean, that's he was a big part of my youth.
Gosh.
I was 15 years old in '86 when they won the World Series. I mean, you can imagine what that's like to give you that entire lineup top to bottom, every position.
I hated all those guys.
Well, and
I kind of like Strawberry. He was so cool. Like I didn't.
The
hate
truth of it is,
Strawberry.
but a lot of those guys turned out to really be like jerks. I mean, Wally Backman. Have you seen him on YouTube and stuff? And Lenny Dykstra. Lenny Dykstra might be the worst human being that baseball's ever produced.
Wow, there's a list.
And they were both on that team.
Ed, glad you got a chance to talk it over with Doc Gooden. Wearing the jersey too.
It made up for him not being here live.
Yeah.
I got to ask the man a question. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely.
That was awesome.
You're the title sponsor. We've got a surprise guest. Who knows? Maybe Martin's surprise guest ties back in. I have no idea. None of us know. Jackson, you still don't know? No idea.
I don't think it'll tie in, but I think you'll enjoy it.
All right. It's projected to be a 9 on listener enjoyment. That's coming up at 9:30. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Miss anything? Go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app, Schaefer Door. Online at schaeferdoor.com. That's Jason Gossrau's company and the sponsor of the podcast here on TMA. Schaefer Door Company is a local business and has been tied to TMA now for a few years. They're SCHAEFER door.com, or you can call or text 636-782-3608. It's going to get the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for both service and new installs, and they have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs. It's schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door, CHI, overhead door dealer. Martin's surprise guest coming up here in a matter of moments. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Well, I hope your yard is looking pretty good right about now with all the rain we've had. Hopefully it is. But sometimes all that rain can also make the spring weeds explode. That's where Green Envy comes in. You call Green Envy and get them to come work on your yard and look like a fairway at Augusta National. That's how they've done to my yard. I've had Green Envy work on my yard for a couple, 2-3 years now. They just do fantastic work. They've been in business for over a decade now. Green Envy uses only products that are formulated for our specific soil, weather conditions, and turf types. No national, generic, cheap, ineffective products are used. Green Envy deploys a special crabgrass preventer. That's a trade secret to keep the weeds from taking over your yard. Their service pros are commercially licensed applicators and certified by the Missouri Department of Agriculture, so you know you are getting a trained professional to work on your property. Their programs have no hidden fees and no contract. Open Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. To take your calls and questions at 636-655-3689. The website is greenenvylawns.com.
Oh, Sade is the surprise guest.
How do you get Sade out of SADE? That's how you spell it, right?
That's correct. Best New Artist Grammys, 1986.
Oh, I don't know the years, Tim. I don't know the years.
86, I don't know, because I think Cyndi Lauper was 85, and she's going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame now with Outkast. Am I correct on that? Is somebody checked on that as my nurse?
Speaking of awards, did you see the other day where they came out with a new rule for the Oscars that the people who vote have to watch the movies?
I saw that.
that it's all been political based on who you know and who you want to work with and work for and who's friends with who. Now they're saying, sorry, you're going to have to actually watch the movies to vote on who gets the Oscars. Doesn't that just kind of put
Jackson, how do you respond to that?
The entire process over the years?
Yeah, I think that you can look back on some questionable wins and years
now
past.
You know why.
I think that's always kind of been known.
That people don't watch the movies?
But you could say you watch them and not watch them, you know, like they can have that rule all they want, but if you say I watched it, then they're going to take your word for it.
What about the coaches poll in college sports?
Yeah,
they always say, I let my son do it.
Right. It's it's the same thing.
I'd let James Carlton do it. I think he knows more than anybody. I'd let him vote for the Oscars, the Grammys, and the coaches poll.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I would. CarltonInsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. He has been since 2019, and highly recommended. I'm so happy I made the switch when I did. You will be happy as well. They go out of their way to save you money, and the customer service is second to none. You'll see 423 5-star reviews for James and his team, and you can call right now in the office and talk to somebody in the office. They have a large enough staff to handle the calls immediately. 314-961-4800. You owe it to yourself and your family to be with the best. They'll do all the paperwork for you when you make the switch. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800. Or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton. State Farm. Dwight Gooden in the previous segment. In the 8 o'clock hour, John Kelly, who is en route to Winnipeg today, just like one of our listeners who's driving there as we speak for Game 5.
So we got Doc Gooden, but the person driving to Winnipeg would not call in.
That's correct.
I wanted to know more about that. Like, how do you plan that trip? Was it a week ago you said, if there's a 5, we're going? I mean, it's the middle of the week. You got to shut her down for a couple of days just
on
to
both
get
sides
there.
of it.
Yeah, Tuesday, Thursday, travel days, 15 hours. I would love to hear. We can book a lot of folks, Jackson. We can't get the guy driving to Winnipeg to call into the show.
It just sounds terrible, doesn't it, to have to drive to Winnipeg?
I don't know.
Ever?
I like a good road trip.
Oh, that far?
How about this weekend? Doc Gooden just hanging at Maggie O'Brien's. John Gruden just going to a Blues game.
Yeah.
Battlehawks at 7 o'clock Friday.
It's a pony of all ponies for the Sundress Special.
Cardinals and Mets all weekend long. Soto's in town. Lindor. Blues playoff hockey. Jackson, can you roll the open there, buddy, for this particular segment?
One moment.
Oh, one moment. Gosh.
I bet from time to time there's some pretty big celebrities watch games in our town. We just don't know about it. They're a friend of a player or something, and they're up in a suite somewhere.
You know who goes to a lot of Blues games is Chris Berman. And then I found out his girlfriend lives in St. Louis.
Oh, all right.
And I tried to get a hold of him, and they said, hey, he probably doesn't want to do anything. All right, fair enough. All right, Jackson, hit the open.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Now, what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
And on the line, Tim, he should be a friend of the show, but he's busy. He's just busy all the time. And caller, welcome. Thanks for calling in. Great to have you on.
Hey, how y'all doing? This is Chris from Virginia.
No
Oh,
way.
Chris from Virginia. Oh, Jackson,
No
are you okay?
way.
Jackson, you got duped?
Oh.
No way.
Oh, my God. I warned him. Jackie's a fanboy. Tim, do you know who Chris from Virginia?
Oh, Charlottesville, Virginia. Hello.
Oh,
This is Jackson's guy.
Oh, my God.
Well, all of our. It's all
of course, but I mean, this is the Doug. You know who it is now?
No, I don't have it yet.
Oh, you don't know it? Okay, then. All right.
That's
what would be a
embarrassing.
hint, Jackson? Play Super Password with Doug.
Number 91 on the program's number 1 in your heart.
Wow.
No, it's Vladimir Tarasenko.
Oh, that's
72
right.
for the first couple of years.
That's
How
what I
about
was
that,
thinking,
Doug?
too. Tarasenko.
Wow.
You think it's Tarasenko? Played at Virginia. Played on the St. Louis Rams.
Second pick overall in 2008.
Vladimir.
His dad's name is Howie.
Okay, Chris Long.
You got it. You got it.
Oh, my goodness.
Chris Long, everybody, on the show.
Chris, our producer Jackson has been talking about wanting to have you on the show. He's been on the show for 5 years. This is Jackson's moment. I'm so happy for you.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
Jackson, what's up, Jackson? How you doing, man?
Chris, how are you, sir? You're my favorite athlete of all time.
Oh, wow. Stop the bootlicking.
I've said that on the show many a time.
I'm humbled to hear that, man. There's a lot to choose from, so I don't know how you came about that decision, but I'm pretty happy.
Wasn't a ton in your time with the Rams. Wasn't a ton to choose from.
Yeah.
Wasn't a ton.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, not only an outstanding player on the field, second overall draft pick, but what you did for the community and in the face of, a bad team, bad building, as you've talked about many times on your podcast. But just the way that you always were proud to be a St. Louis Rams showed on the field and certainly off the field in the community, man. Not every athlete's a role model, but Chris Long is absolutely a role model.
How about that? That's like a speech.
I appreciate it. I don't hear much of that at home. My kids and my wife, they don't tell me stuff like that much. So this is cool coming on this show.
God, all of the bootlicking. I was going to say, hey, jackass, it's taken me a year. Every time I reach out to Chris, he's like, dude, I'm doing some paratrooper training. Dude, I'm like, and this is actually a thing. He is. Tell folks your latest endeavor.
Oh man, well you're going to be disappointed to hear this. They called me right before a training session for static line parachute jump down in Florida, and they were like, "Hey, it's too windy. You can't come down here this weekend." So I'm trying to reschedule. But the whole point is, I climbed Kilimanjaro with some Green Berets over the years and got close with a few of them, and one of them just recently invited me to go jump on D-Day in Normandy. Static line parachute jump. So basically, if you've ever seen it, it's not like you get way up high and you free fall while you're a couple thousand feet up and you get up in one of these old military planes and you're hooked on a static line and you just walk out the door. And if all goes well, that chute is open in about 3 seconds. But the hard part is landing. It's a little harder than of a fall than I guess a standard parachute. So I got to train if I want to do it, and my first shot at it got canceled. I'm supposed to go with Bo Allen, who played with me in Philadelphia. He's a 300-pound nose tackle.
Butter King.
330. Yeah, the Butter King. So that's the guy I think that needs a lot of the training because that's going to be a hard landing. But we're still going to try to do it, but we got canceled.
Maybe don't go in front of him since that's a big man landing behind you. You would go second there.
Yeah, exactly. I might be able to just plop down on him, like use him as my kind of a pillow. Yeah.
This is an adventurous Chris Long. The last time we talked, he goes, Martin, you'd love this. He goes, I'm about to go down a river in a giant pumpkin. I said, I'm sorry? And he said, yeah, I'm going to be going down a river in a giant. What won't Chris Long do? That's the name of a new segment. Take that and run with
it. Well, since I had 3 kids, it's leave the house much. I don't leave the house much. But before I had 3 kids, yeah, you might be right. I'd have done about everything. But I'm pretty busy these days.
You got the Green Light studios and all the shows you do, podcasting, and then also you started doing the Inside the NFL. You and Coach Belichick. Did he tell you guys that he was ready to get back in the game?
It was funny and first off, it was a joy working with Bill. I really did, every day sitting next to him in production meetings, seeing a side of him that you saw glimpses of it when you played for him, but when you are working with him, as a peer, it's a lot more fun. And he's just got a great sense of humor. But the one thing he didn't do was tell us ahead of the news breaking. We came in that morning and we were busting his chops. And we were like, oh, Coach, Mr. Media. And now, you're going back to coaching and, make up your mind. What are you going to do? And he goes, guys, you believe everything you hear in the media. This is the morning of the news breaking. He told us, guys, you're jumping out of the gym on this one. It's BS. And then later that afternoon, the news broke and he came to work the next day. We said, Coach, what the hell? He's like, I can't tell you guys anything, man. I don't know if it's going to get out. You know how it is. So he's at UNC and seems to be pretty happy doing it. Like, honestly, I think it gives him an opportunity to have a little more fun. Like, you know, like hit that hard reset that he took, you know, away from football and say, hey, like maybe I can go back to the college game, because it is kind of like the pro game now. Like if you come in with like a pro mindset, I think the college game's right for leadership like his.
Would you ever have any interest in coaching, getting back into the game that way?
I love coaching. I do coach. Like I help out with some local D linemen, like at my high school, and then a couple kids outside of the high school, and then now I'm working with some UVA kids starting in May, hopefully. But you know, to take on that schedule, to kind of give yourself up to the ebbs and flows of, you know, a college program and the hirings and the firings and the uprootings and all that stuff, and moving your family around. Like, the main thing for me, the reason I'm not doing TV like more is because I live where I live. I live in Charlottesville, Virginia. That's where I grew up. And I got 8, 10 high school buddies that live here. Like, I don't want to be anywhere else. I want our kids to grow up together and all that good stuff. I'm perfectly happy here. To coach, I would have to relinquish that control over, like, where I live and my time with my family. Like, I've got some friends who coach in college, and God bless them, they're doing a great job and balancing the whole thing. But, you know, when it's recruiting time, they're gone for, it feels like, weeks on end. And, you know, like during the season, you know, if you're a coach, you might not be home till after your kids go to bed and you're out the door before they get up. So, you know, I kind of retired to be with my family. I don't want to go back to it.
God bless. How about that? Priorities fully intact. And a young guy, I mean, just turning 40 here recently.
I like to hear that.
Yeah, nice to hear. 40 years old, young guy. But I'm really curious about I don't know if you would call it a media empire, but you've certainly built a brand with Greenlight. And I want to know the backstory on that. There are a handful of guys doing what Martin, Doug, and myself do, Chris, where when they're playing, you know that if they want to do it, they would be great broadcasters, and you were absolutely one of those guys. So how did you create what has now become a signature platform in sports podcasting?
Man, I appreciate you saying that. You know, when you're making the sausage, so to speak, and maybe you guys can relate to this, like, it doesn't feel like such a clean process. And sometimes you don't feel like, hey, you know, we've arrived or anything. But people seem to like the show a lot, and the show's gained a lot of popularity over the last few years. And there's been a lot of ebbs and flows of people coming and going. Like, my brother was working for us for a little bit, and then he decided he wanted to move to Florida and take that CBS job. So, you know, I've had a couple of my high school buddies working with me, college teammates. You know, our producers started from scratch. So it's been a pretty organic process, and I think sometimes it shows in a good way and sometimes in a bad way. You know, like, it's just dudes throwing stuff at the wall and hoping it sticks. And
right.
You know, it's been fun. It's been fun, and I'm trying to work on enjoying the ride a little bit more and not making it so stressful during the fall. I think, like, it's easy to turn back into the football player that's like, you know, I gotta work till 10 o'clock at night, and then, you know, take a break and then work till 1 a.m. and watch more film, and I gotta read this, I gotta read that. Like, more is more. I think that's the biggest thing, is just trying to find some balance, because, you know, football season as a media member, and maybe y'all can relate to this, feels like I'm playing in the NFL. Like, it honestly is just as tiresome at times. So I love doing it. I just got to find a little bit more balance in the fall, because that football season is a monster, and it just feels like I just came out of it, you know, like, took a break for a couple weeks, and I'm finally getting my feet back under me. And before you know it, we're going to be doing training camp again. So you got to relearn all these rosters now with the draft. So it is a different kind of grind, but I'm finding a way to love it. And I think it does replace, like, the feeling of being involved in the game, which is what you miss when you leave the game. It certainly doesn't replace the the locker room full of guys, but it keeps you involved in the game.
I always got the sense from you that, I mean, as a player, you're disappointed because you want to win more, but you kind of felt bad for the fans, the city, like that it just never happened. And you supported the Blues and the Cardinals, and you loved being here, but that you just kind of ached for that franchise to have a better run when you were here.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I certainly do, for a number of reasons. I mean, how much time ago? I mean, number one, like, it sucks there's no football there. I mean, the Battlehawks, I don't want to gloss over that whole deal because I think that's really exciting, and I love to see that stadium full in any capacity, right? But not to have an NFL franchise and to have to see, and I don't blame the fans, like the way the fans have kind of turned away from the game a little bit. Like I'm hearing about Super Bowl parties where the game's not on, and I totally get it. And so it hurts for me as a former player to not really have, a stadium to come back to that really feels like home. The Rams were nice enough, and I know this would probably elicit mixed feelings, but the Rams were nice enough to say they wanted to honor me before that playoff game last year, and I was going to go out there, but the wildfires happened, so that didn't really come together. Like, for me, what I wish there was a stadium downtown, and I wish we were still coming to games every weekend, and I wish I had somewhere to take my kids to say, hey, I used to play here. But I don't, and, Philly has done a really amazing job of welcoming me and so many guys who were on that team that was lucky enough to win the Super Bowl, and it's close by. And I love going up there, but, there's a void that's left. It's almost like it didn't happen. It's a weird feeling, and honestly, the losing was really hard. Because, the thing I always say this is, like, fans in St. Louis, they just showed up, and they respected you for the work you put in and giving your best effort. Listen, no single player on that team could have turned that thing around. As you guys know, things were in motion, it seemed like, and it was just going that way. And so I think we all feel oddly responsible for it, but in reality, there was nothing any one player could have done. It just was not a well-run program, and I think it showed, and unfortunately the fans bear the brunt of that, showing up every Sunday and having to – I mean, there were games that we showed up, Martin, is like you just knew you weren't going to win. And that's a terrible feeling in the NFL because whether you're going to win or not, you got to take the field for 60 minutes and bust your ass. And that can be challenging. And so, yeah, it was hard at the time. It's still hard today to look back and say, I wish we'd have had more success, and I wish maybe if we did, the team would still be there, right? And that compounds because when you're retired, you want somewhere to come back to. So not to make it seem like a tragedy, but I know for the fans it feels that way, and for former players, we certainly share in that feeling a little bit.
Yeah, it is a tragedy. I mean, in St. Louis, it is. I reckon your career, obviously, has not only been incredibly successful on the field and now off, but locally, it's a void. And the reality is, in the United States in 2025, with a handful of exceptions, if you're a big time town, you have an NFL team, and that's a monster void that will be coming up on a decade of. Here in St. Louis. I recall having a conversation, and I know you were close with him, Chris, because you were talking about one player turning the thing around. And I asked Kevin Demoff, and this was before the vote, and we would talk quite often. And I said, be honest, when Stan exercised his right of first refusal, he knew he was moving the team. He goes, no. He goes, that's not true. He goes, you can choose not to believe me if you want. He goes, what our vision was, we knew we were in a position that when he exercised his right of first refusal, that St. Louis would either build a stadium, a world-class stadium, or the lease would allow us to move. But we didn't know it would be Los Angeles. And our hope was that by drafting Bradford, we'd be able to do with Bradford what Manning did for Indianapolis and the rejuvenation of downtown Indianapolis, Lucas Oil, and the run Manning had with the Colts. So that, of course, being put on Sam Bradford's shoulders certainly wouldn't be fair because, as you said, one player can't turn it around, but that's what they were.
Yeah, especially if we can't protect him. It's like I remember, just not to cut you off, but I mean, Sam, the way people think about Sam, certainly fair, right? Like, when you're a high draft pick, if you don't deliver, especially as a quarterback, ultimately it's going to fall on your shoulders. But man, I don't think he was set up to succeed. And, like if I'd have played against some of the offensive lines that he was playing behind, it would have been the best day of my year. And we used to talk about that all the time. And I can remember Sam, like, vividly one game before we played the Niners. He'd been getting his ass kicked the whole year, had a bad high ankle sprain, which some of us know what that's like to play through that. And they had to literally physically restrain him from trying to take the field. Like, he was trying to play, and I just remember, like, it almost felt like there was a futility about it, where it was like, we all know you're just walking into a death trap every Sunday, but we all went out there and walked into it. And Sam was the guy that was like walking into it, and his reputation was on the line every Sunday. So I felt for the guy, because the injuries, you really couldn't control it. I remember there was a game when he went to the Vikings where he beat Aaron Rodgers on like a Monday night and was slinging the ball around the yard. And I called him after the game, and I'm like, bro, like, that was amazing. You might have finally got your break, right? Like, and he's like, dude, my knee just swelled up at the end of that game. Like, I took a step and it just, something clicked, and now it's the size of a damn softball. And like, I can't walk. And that was his experience in the NFL, was like, it was just, he was snake bit. And so, yeah, like, for them to put that all on Sam, that's tough. But that's the way it goes in the NFL with quarterbacks. It's just, we never should have moved, man. St. Louis is a great sports town, and I know they're doing some great things in L.A., and there are fans there that feel like, hey, that was our team before and everything, but I feel like St. Louis should have an NFL team. I wish it was the Rams. It's my dream that hopefully at some point one comes back, but I don't know what it would take.
I think summing up the struggles that franchise had, we're in Seattle 2015. Rams had one in like 10 years in Seattle. They win that game. And I said to Chris, you realize next Sunday, if you guys beat the Niners, you'll be 8-8. And he kind of rolled his eyes and goes, thanks, Martin. Do we get a parade? But 8-8 was the high water. I was actually kind of excited.
Well, I remember that whole thing, because at that point, in 14, early in my season, this is kind of the prime of my career, man, and this is where it all changed for me, was getting rolled up on in the Vikings game. It was the opener. Messed my ankle up bad, had surgery, tried to come back and play hurt. Really regret doing that because I looked awful. And then came back in 2015 and then broke my leg in Green Bay and tried to come back and play with that. And by the end of the season, I remember these games, I was like a dead man walking. It was the weirdest time in my career, man. I was living in a hotel in Clayton because I knew I was getting cut at the end of the year. I just knew it. And honestly, I wasn't sure the team was moving, but all these things were happening, and it was going to be like an exodus, and they cut me, James, and Jared Cook the same day. Don't blame them, but it was like one of those weird things on the way out the door. You get to do what you've been waiting to do for 8-10 years, and that's like winning in Seattle, for instance. And all these things were happening, and I just couldn't really enjoy it. It was the weirdest damn time in my career. So it wasn't just the fact that we were 8-8, Martin. It was probably everything else going on, too, that I was just like, man, enough.
There were an awful lot of Sundays after another Rams loss. You're about the only guy left in the locker room after everyone else bailed out just as soon as they could, getting to answer another 20 questions. That must have been a really good time for you.
No, listen. The way I knew when it was going on that I could have it a lot worse with a pool of media, and I could have it a lot worse with, just the way that you guys treated us in the face of all this, this losing. And so I just wanted to make sure always that, like, number one, stay accountable to the fans, but number two, like, y'all had a job to do, and y'all weren't bad people. So, for me, I was able to see the forest through the trees, and y'all got a job to do. Some days it was not very fun staying in there, but honestly, like, I've made some great relationships that still exist to this day because I just did my job, which was standing up and answering the questions, which is really, at the end of the day, shouldn't be that hard.
And not a surprise, the great media guy, Chris Long. I think Howie's got a seat open next to him because Jimmy has retired. I know you're busy, but
this guy ain't leaving Virginia.
Okay,
Never. I just told my wife we're not getting on a plane. My goal is to not get on a plane anymore this year. Maybe one more time, but I'm not leaving, dude. And I'm not built for. It's too stressful. I like being on.
All right, I was just trying to workshop that, Tim. I just thought, boy, sitting next to Howard.
Yeah, I sit next to him enough, man. Me and him, man, we hang out plenty, so I'll just leave that to him and Gronk and some of those guys.
Texters love it. Somebody said, hey, Chris, I'll meet you over at Kruger's for some beers and some wings. Somebody else said, thank him for your wife coached their daughter in lacrosse. I remember
is that right?
She was the Villa lacrosse coach, I think. Right? Or was it field
Burroughs,
hockey?
yeah, Burroughs. Yeah, and was there with Gus Farrat. Farrat. That's how me and Gus Farrat became buddies because he was coaching football. That's when Zeke Elliott was playing there.
Yeah.
So I got to watch Zeke in high school, man. It's a cool town, man. There's a lot of great people there. And you mentioned Kruger's. That's the first place I go when I come back.
Is that right? That's the go-to? You go with the wings?
I love Kruger's. I love everything about Kruger's. The fried pickles, I don't know if they still have them, but that was some of my favorite.
Well, it's not getting on a plane, but drive back for a Blues Stanley Cup parade in a couple of months. We'll see you here.
That'd be great, man. I'll be there, all right?
That's awesome. Chris, Jackson, anything you want to say to Chris? I mean, you've already...
This has just been outstanding. I mean, truly, what a day. How often your favorite athlete calls in.
You're the man, Jackson.
Thank you,
How about
Chris.
that? Clip that off. Chris, thanks so much for joining us. Major audience approval. People love you here in St. Louis, and we're very grateful for the fact that you reciprocate that love, man. Congratulations on your success with the new business, and we'll look forward to talking again soon.
Thank y'all so much, man, and everybody out there in St. Louis. I love y'all. See y'all.
There he is, the great Chris Long with us. Yeah, I'm a Chris Long lemming as well, and I'm so happy for you, Jackson Martin. I think it might be a 10. I think it might have superseded the 9.
I didn't want Jackson to know because I wanted to see the moment where he was like, oh, my God.
Yes.
Because he has said before, like, oh, I love Chris Long. I love Chris. And I said, well, I was trying to get him on the podcast, and he's got all this stuff going on. And last week he said, I'm going parachute jumping in Florida, getting ready for a Normandy jump. And what am I going to say? Well, this is bigger. So I'm like, all right, it's fine. And then we worked it out. I'm like, I'm not going to tell Jackie Papers.
I'm forever indebted. And you tried throwing me off the scent yesterday, by the way.
Because I said he just can't get him to do it. Yeah.
And then the fact that I didn't know who it was, and I saw the area code that Chairman Kurt was dialing, I was like, no way.
So you had an inkling then?
I had an inkling when you faded me on, when I didn't know the surprise guest, and you kind of threw me off the scent to Chris Long yesterday.
Wow. So like Jay Leno could be on tomorrow based on all the conversations we've had today.
Yeah, Martin's metagame here. Jackson just had a Forrest Gump touching Jenny moment. Change your underwear virgin. That's from the Warson Woods wacko. There's nothing he can say that can get you down.
Never. I've heard it all before. If you like something, then you're sexually attracted to it. That's the rules.
Guys, to hear Chris Long say it was almost like it never happened when referring to playing in St. Louis is heartbreaking. That's from Boozy.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's getting to be a while now. What, 15 was the last year?
Decade.
Yeah.
And that guy comes in as the second overall. Because you're a college player, you get picked second overall. It's like the greatest thing in the world. And then you come to a franchise. It's the final year of Linehan. He gets fired. Hazlitt comes in. Everybody loved Hazlitt. They just didn't win. And then they go to Spags, and that thing didn't work. And then Chris is still here, and they get Fisher, and they all love playing for Fisher. We'll go to Seattle a few days early just to hang out, not to win a game, but just to hang out. And it just didn't happen. And I love the fact his connection to St. Louis, I think, was furthered when the team left. They cut him. So he never went to L.A. You know, it would have been harder if you were a big Chris Long fan to see him in an L.A.
Yeah,
But he never made the move.
That's part of the reason, yeah.
So they dumped St. Louis, and they dumped him. And so
he immediately won.
There's the bond.
28-3 with the Patriots, and then goes to Philly the next year and wins.
And the generation earlier, that hit the football Cardinal players, too. You know, they played their whole careers here, and St. Louis had become their home, and then they move, and then, you know, there's a whole bunch of guys like Jackie Smith and Jim Hart that would love to still be very much a part of the NFL, but they can't be really because there's no team here.
And they had, if memory serves, Martin, I think you would probably be able to recall this best of us, but Doug, you might be able to as well. At the Dome, they had the LA Rams numbers up there. Did they not?
Yeah.
Retired? They did.
Young Vaughn. Young Merlin Olsen.
Yeah, they were part of the
like
Ring of Honor.
Ring of Honor.
Deerdorf was in there, and then like Tom Mack of the LA Rams.
Dickerson.
They would bring back those guys, and I felt bad for them.
Yeah.
The Rick Smith. Hey, we got Deacon Jones, and they're like, hey, he's kind of fun to do. Like, hey, Tom Mack's here, and then you'd be like looking up on your phone. Tom Mack. Oh, you had a great run, didn't you? Talk about
Bring
it.
in Jonathan Winters, please.
He's on the board. Guys, my oldest was born the day of the Rams' last home opener. She's 10 in September. Doug, there you go. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
It was long and Laurinaitis. You go in the locker room, and the team's 2-10, 1-9. You just
Those were our
constantly.
go-tos. Yeah, Tyoka Jackson for a while when the team was better.
He's exactly right, though, specific on that Bradford thing. That, yeah, not only did he not have protection, if memory serves, it wasn't exactly magical core of wide receivers that say, Bruce, Holt, Prohl, Azakim, there wasn't a whole lot there to work with as far as throwing the ball to people either.
I don't know if the Bradford thing, this last week was the 15-year anniversary of him being taken #1 overall. And I did a TKO commentary saying, what if he's healthy? What if he's a super?
Oh, did you really? Oh,
yeah, I did a comment saying, and you don't know. I said Stan's probably still moving him, but if he were a true superstar and the team was really good, maybe the city is like more motivated. Hey, we got this special team, like the whole everything.
I think it gets into the discussion. Some people enjoy it, some people hate it. Whatever. It's, as you know,
some people like some things, some people don't like other things.
But the conversation, and I think you've said it, Martin. We both were pretty close to that story when it was going on. And I don't know if you want to identify who told you this, but there is another side of the story. And so and the other side of the story being St. Louis has blood on its hands. I know it's convenient. It might make people feel better to not think that's the case, but I think St. Louis has blood on its hands. Now, with that said, I don't know if anything could have been done in St. Louis once Kroenke had that franchise to keep them from moving. But with that all established, I'd be curious if the team was super successful, if they would have been able to pull that off.
Yeah, it was Demoff the night of the vote in Houston said you should be looking at Kitty Ratcliffe and the Dome and the things they didn't get done.
God bless. Thank you for saying.
And I think if you go, and Marshall Faulk would say even earlier, he said if you look at it, the Dome had an obligation to do these upgrades, and they didn't have the money. And the Rams would always say, "Don't worry about it. Put in some new speakers." Fair enough. Like they had certain measurements they were supposed to hit, and the Dome people would say, "We can't do it." And the Rams kept saying, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." Marshall has said, "Go back to after the Super Bowl is like if you get really aggressive, then all right, how are we going to take this stadium to the next level? We're the marquee brand.
Yeah.
Be forward thinking." Now, it still doesn't change the fact you have that lease. So I don't know if that would have changed it. If Bradford's a star and the team's good, would the city have found the money?
There is a quote, and I recall pulling it up, a long time ago, but I pulled it up, from Dan Deerdorf, 2007, Martin, and there was talk about how there was another benchmark on that lease. This is 2007. Building's only been open 12 years. And he says, and I'm paraphrasing, if the leaders of this city don't get serious about tending to this, we're going to lose this franchise too. 2007.
And he might have been the head of the CVC at one point, Deerdorf. So he was very connected to the Dome and the inner workings. And there's a lot of businesses around St. Louis, I'll tell you, that have done events with the Dome. That was a difficult negotiation. I think the Rams and the Dome always had kind of a tense relationship. And at some point, if you're the NFL, you're like, all right, I'm out of here. I don't need this.
And wasn't there a point at some point along the line where they could have spent $750,000 to do the improvements that they wanted?
$750,000, boy, wouldn't that be nice?
One of my buddies could have taken care of that. $750 million.
I think that was the counter proposal by the Rams, and a lot of people considered it a poison pill. Like, well, they know you don't have that money, so we'll throw it. Like the Rams said, if you do this, this, and this, sure, it'll cost $750 million. Okay, then we'll stay.
Well, so
but then the lease would have
lease
had
was
to have
only
been
a decade.
Yes.
Now, with that said, if you want to play that hand out, then you go, okay, that probably takes Los Angeles off the table. Because there's still not that's up this year. So either another franchise moves there. I don't know if Kroenke would have pulled what was it, the Red Sox and Marlins, right? They changed owners, something.
The Henry,
right.
yeah.
If he would have done that with another franchise to get to L.A. so he could be, as you call him, Martin, the ghost of Malibu, and still, been able to hang out with LeBron James and do all the things that he wanted to do, that would have been a way to call the bluff, but it's a $750 million calling of a bluff on renovating a building that unfortunately was close to obsolete the moment it opened. My analogy from a baseball stadium standpoint would be the thing on the south side of Chicago. That thing was a mess the moment it opened up, and it was only opened, I think, a couple years before all of these Camden Yards, Coors Field type of buildings that opened up. So yeah, it's brutal. I guess what I'm saying is, even if the Rams would have been good with Bradford, I don't know who the leadership is locally, which is the same damn thing we're talking about in 2025, that would have been, for lack of a better term, ballsy enough to go, hey, we've got to tend to this until after the fact it's clear that they're trying to move. You had to be fighting for it before it was clear they were going to move, and I don't think that's what's going on, which is why I always point to the Dan Dierdorf quote from 2007. By the way, Stan Kroenke was not the majority owner in 2007. And that's why when this topic comes up, I get fired up, because to just blame Stan Kroenke, all we're doing is kicking our local problems down the road to act like it was only Stan Kroenke's fault. And I would just have to tell you that I don't believe that that's the case. But I know that's also not a popular stance to take.
And Dierdorf had lived through it. So he's sitting here as an NFL alum going, all right, let's not let this happen again. And it was kind of the same movie playing out yet again. You got an owner with a hugely valuable property, which is an NFL team. How are you going to respond? It's not a negotiation with Bobby's Donut Shop. I mean, this is the NFL. You had to react differently. So
1 of 32. Martin, I know it's time for onboarding wonderful guests again. Chris Long, Jackson,
Jackie,
Gooden,
fabulous.
Tony La Russa, John Gruden. What's going on this program?
I feared getting Chris Long on for Jackson, because then where do you go from there? Where do you go?
It's true.
Ellery.
Yeah, that's the next peak.
I don't know who that is, but we'll put some calls.
Go to the TMA Instagram. She's very prominent.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a commercial break. Martin's going to onboarding. He is going to be booking a series of presidents for tomorrow's program, Doug. That'll be fun. A bunch of presidents will be on the show.
Oh, great.
Yeah, getting us ready for Game 5 in Winnipeg.
All right.
It is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. If you're someone who is looking to purchase a home, a refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things, let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Company. You can call his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440. That's Stewie at Stewart's American Mortgage, 314-324-4440. Or you can Google the bagel loan. What is the bagel loan, you ask? Well, here it is. If you borrow $200,000 or more, there is no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie is your guy. He makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. He gives out his personal cell phone. I've talked to him on it. I can validate it isn't some random number. This is really his personal number, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. It's Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage.
Who's gonna get that cup again, baby?
Oh, Doug, they're going to be playing this Friday in downtown St. Louis when we're hanging out with Dwight Gooden and John Gruden.
I really like this tune. I'll be up front with you.
I got to get tickets for Friday night. That's what I got to do.
I think if Chris Long doesn't have to fly, maybe he'll drive in.
He would drive in like the guy driving
Yes.
to Winnipeg for Game 5, a TMA listener en route to Winnipeg on the road. It's a 16-hour drive. We looked it up, and he's with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, sir.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's going on? What's your name or your nom de plume?
My name's Alex.
Alec Ogletree.
Alex Ford.
Alex Ford. Oh, full name.
Okay.
Welcome to the show.
name.
So you're driving to Winnipeg? Like this is a sole mission for the Blues Game 5?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
God bless. Look at you. Have you ever been to Winnipeg before?
Nope. I've actually never been out of the United States.
How about that?
I see it's 1,059 miles. How
Yeah, so
far
where
are
are
you
you?
so far?
We're about 200 in. I'm about to be at Kansas City here soon.
Huh. Why would you do such a thing and
Now
not
Doug's
fly?
going to start yelling at you, Alex.
Why wouldn't you fly?
So, well, I looked at flights, and they were about $900. And I've taken some long-distance drives before. I figured, hey, why not? I went to Game 3 and 4 at home. We won both those by blowout, so, hey, why not?
Huh. And you got your tickets lined up, ready to go?
Yep, I bought them yesterday.
You traveling alone, or you got friends with you?
I am all by myself. My buddy, he actually lives up in Grand Forks, North Dakota, so I'm probably going to stop there on my way up.
I'll be
And
darned.
is he going to go to Winnipeg with you?
Nope, it's just me.
Are you concerned that you might run into some Jets fans who are a little on edge about the state of the situation and it could get rough up there?
Oh, I'm hoping for it.
Wow, this guy's going to Winnipeg and he's looking for a fight.
Bang on.
What's the smoke? Did you bring your brass knucks?
Oh, yeah, man. We're St. Louis born. We're going up there. We're ready to cause some trouble.
All right, did you tell anybody, family, friends, hey, I'm going to hop in my car by myself, drive to Winnipeg, and go to that playoff game? Did anybody say, I'll go with you? Did anybody say you're crazy?
Mostly crazy.
Yeah. Okay. I see the estimated time is 18 hours, 53 minutes, so almost 19 hours, and you're 4 hours in now?
Yeah, give or take.
Okay.
Are you a regular attendee of Blues games?
Yes, sir. This is going to be, I think, my 18th game this year, and I also went to the Winter Classic.
God bless.
Wow.
Commitment to excellence. What were you able to acquire your ticket for tomorrow night's Game 5 for, sir?
I think it was like $160.
Will you be wearing the blue Blues sweater so you can stand out amongst the whiteout?
I will be wearing the red reverse retro so I can stand out the most.
Wow, and wow, Doug.
I bet you got a lot of jerseys. You got a lot of sweaters in your closet?
Yeah, I got like 3 or 4.
Okay. That's pretty good.
Are you a heavy-set gentleman? Will you be stopping at McDonald's 5 times?
I actually already got a McGriddle on my way here, a matter of fact.
The answer is yes.
That was minus 140,
Wow.
so.
Can you answer the first part of that question? And I'm with you on it. I'm just curious.
I'm a little not crazy heavy set, giving like about 190.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah.
All right.
Doug,
Isn't it funny to see a fat kid with his belly jiggling? That's just funny.
Chuck
So
Marlowe.
you're going to go straight through or stop and see your friend first? You're going to stop and see your friend and then keep going, or are you going to bivouac overnight somewhere?
I might actually crash at his place, depending on what time I pull in. If not, I might just make the straight shot to Winnipeg and find a hotel. I haven't decided yet.
Okay, you got a decent car. I'm afraid you might break down in the middle of the Canadian prairie somewhere.
We got high hopes after those last 2 games. Nothing's worrying me.
Okay.
Look at this. I like this old
Doug asked a car question, but he answered with his hockey vibe for the team. And basically, nothing's going to break his stride.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
I
hearing
love
here.
this. Do you have a passport?
Yes, I got one a few months ago.
Okay, good. I wanted to make sure.
Kind of.
Yeah, I know.
That would have been awful.
Yeah.
But I texted Chris Long. We were going back and forth about the visit. I said, this is a big day for us. After you, it's a guy driving to Winnipeg to watch Blues game. And he said, I love that. So you just got a little Chris Long support for your support of the Blues.
Absolutely, man. You can never get enough of them.
All right. Well, I assume you'll take some selfies and put that all over social media, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to try and be down at the ice level, get by the tunnel, give the boys some love, get them going.
Yeah.
Well, send us some pictures. For real. We'll post them on TMA social media. I mean, there won't be a lot of Blues soldiers in Winnipeg especially driving on tomorrow night, man. So you could see a magical one. I believe it was Game 5 in 2019, if memory serves, that you had the famous Schwartz goal, Martin, and there was that picture of the Blues celebrating right in front of the whiteout, and like 7 rows up, there was the guy in the Blues sweater, and it became a famous photo from that Blues 2019 run. So you might be a part of history tomorrow night, Alex.
I really hope so, man. It'll be a good one.
Where are you sitting, fella? We'll tell Timmy Paps to look for you on the television broadcast.
I'm in the 300 section. I think 317.
Oh, you're way up high.
Oh, that'd be disappointing.
Okay, well, the cameras may not find him up
we
there.
can find him. It's a cozy building.
Okay.
Well, good for this fella here.
I'll be standing up. I'll be loud. I'll be going nuts. So hopefully they catch me.
All right. Well, I put off onboarding for this, Tim. I wanted to be a part of this. I
noticed
for this
that.
call.
You're sticking around for this thing. Alex, make sure so I assume you're driving back on Thursday?
Yeah, I'll be driving back Thursday.
Yeah, probably not going to stick around for the weekend. But driving back on Thursday, well, make sure you call. We want to get you on and see how things went.
Yeah, for sure. I'll be on.
All right, brother. Safe travels. God bless your passion.
Thank you, guys. Go Blues.
Man, there he is. Let's go Blues. On his way, Doug. He's in Kansas City, and he's got, 14 more hours to go or something?
And I'm sure there's a McDonald's along the interstate every stretch of the way, probably.
So stop at each one?
I would.
Hit each one just to make quality control.
That was the Majerus move. Porter Mosier tells those stories. They'd be out recruiting, and Majerus, before Culver's was big in St. Louis, it was a Wisconsin thing. And so he said if there was ever a sign, there's a Culver's, and they'd pull over. And Porter's like, okay, coach. And then they get back on the highway, and he's like, there's another Culver's. And then Porter Mosier's like, are we going to stop at every Culver's?
That's what keeps you going.
Doug's fat shaming, then he's seat shaming.
Well, I didn't want to have to
go,
sit
Alex. You
way
go,
up
buddy.
high.
Have a great
It's
trip.
going to be hard for the cameras to find him way up high.
We'll effort.
Okay. I hope he gets some decent parking.
Now, the St. Charles Hermaphrodite has been very critical of Jackson for a number of years for having Martin a Frank Haith body pillow that he sleeps in. But in this case, the texter is saying, I can just tell by this guy's voice that he weighs over 250 pounds. I bet stepping on the gas is too much exercise for this lard ass. He'll give up in Kingdom City, stop at the McStop for 3/4 pounders, and he's going to head back home. I mean, is that what's going to happen? He thought he was going to go to Winnipeg, but he's going to be too bush to carry on in Kingdom City.
He says he's already in Kansas City.
Right.
3/4 pounders would do that to you.
You'd shut it down.
It'd be tough to drive 8 consecutive hours after consuming 3/4 pounders.
You just pull over and slump over the wheel of the car.
Oh, well, Alex, Godspeed to you. You join the list with Chris Long, Dwight Gooden, and John Kelly. I mean, the guest list the last couple days. Martin, I mean, how many game balls are you going to accept?
Well, I'm going to claim Winnipeg guy, too.
Yeah,
because
you might as well.
I begged for calls.
You conjured that one. You conjured.
I begged for him to call in. I think that's great. Good for him.
Outstanding. All right, Martin is heading to onboarding now. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The program's called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Everybody in town is clamoring about this Rockets-Warriors series. Well, the Warriors defeated the Rockets last night, 109-106. The Golden State Warriors now have a 3-1 series lead. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Bleed blue and gold.
Welcome back. It is TMA 101 ESPN. Go back and podcast. Major recommendation for that. We've been joined 9 o'clock hours, but a heater here as of late. LaRussa Gooden yesterday, Dwight Gooden, and Chris Long today. You can always podcast. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com, or you can call 314-889-0503. There's something magical about talking to Mark Hanna. I don't know what it is. He's got that personality. He's got that life perspective. He is just a good person. And everyone needs a financial advisor. Mark Hanna says, hey, if you're not going to go with me, that's fine, but make sure you have a financial advisor. Can't recommend a financial advisor enough, and I think the world of Mark Hanna and what he does for a number of people in our audience. 314-889 0503. That's 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up here in about 20 minutes. I got a text from Jesse Kiowski, who heads up our events. Doug, one foursome is left for Friday.
Is that it?
For the Dotem.
Oh, my.
That's it. So here's what I would tell you. I would go to 101ESPN.com right now. We have 35 foursomes. 34 are sold. Just book it. Worry about filling the foursome. You got more than a month to do so. And then you got the foursome taken care of. That you got to do it. There's one left. 101ESPN.com. The Dotem returns, presented to you by Michelob Ultra, May 29th and May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. It's $170 per golfer. Your foursome includes complimentary breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, all your Michelob Ultra all day long, and then the after party with food from Texas Roadhouse on Thursday and Super Smokers Barbecue on Friday. Registration is now open at 101ESPN.com. Portion of the proceeds benefiting the St. Louis Hero Network as we partner with Brian McKenna's family in honor of the late, great Brian McKenna, one of the charities he worked with, the St. Louis Hero Network. You can sign up right now for Thursday or the one foursome that it remains at 101ESPN.com for Friday. So what'd your grandma think coming up, Doug? You're going to want to hear this one. It got a little rough following the Kings and Oilers game. That's coming up next. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. Plus, Mike Francesa didn't like Abdul Carter asking for Lawrence Taylor's 56, but he does like another one of their draft picks. All that's coming up here on TMA 101 ESPN. Oh, the forecast starting on Saturday is glorious, and you are going to want to be outside. It's early May in St. Louis. The weather is oh so choice. Well, that's when you start thinking, man, what could I do with our outdoor living space? I got an answer for you. Go to aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and you let Dan and his team tell you what they can do. And what they are known for is their custom work, specifically custom decks. I have gotten a chance to know Dan. I've gotten a chance to meet his team, see their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and have them to my home. Really impressed with the work they do. It stands out. It's custom, and you can set yourself up for you and your family to have an incredible outdoor living space by working with Aesthetic Design and Build. Online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Give them a call at 636-532-5008, or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know that I sent you their way.
That's the name of the segment?
Yeah.
What'd your grandma think?
Yeah.
Jackson's thinking to himself, we've done this before.
I know. It's like a bunch.
Mm-hmm. Doug, it's been a tough one in the third period for the LA Kings. They nearly blew a 4-goal lead in game one against the Oil. They were an empty netter away. Biz Nasty was losing his mind going into overtime after the Kings missed an empty netter that would have wrapped things up in Edmonton and given him a 3-1 lead. I mean, can you imagine? And now instead it's a best-of-3 going back to Los Angeles in that series. And following the game, I gather there is some history between the LA Kings beat writer for the LA Times and head coach Jim Hiller, because this exchange didn't necessarily convey good coach-reporter chemistry. Take a listen if you would.
Well, fine. I'd love to.
Jim, how do you change your approach in the third period to better close out games?
How do I change it? Next question, please. We're that far away on the empty net. Q chips that one out. Bouchard makes a good play. We're not even talking about this. So, how about that?
Sentiment in the room was that the first 40 minutes.
That's your favorite question, too, by the way.
Happened 3 times.
You got some ideas for me?
Okay. Doug, it's a tense situation in the post-game following missing an empty netter that sends your team up 3-1, and instead Alberta rejoices as the Oil wins in overtime. I would imagine there are a number of teams who wouldn't mind seeing the Kings win, just so they don't have to deal with the McDavid-Draisaitl tandem. If they can get it going, and it looked like they were on the verge of being escorted out of the playoffs. Down 3-1 with 2 more left in L.A. would have been awfully difficult for them to overcome. And instead, if you saw it, I don't know how many people saw it in the audience, but the Kings had an empty netter that they just missed.
And this reporter would like the coach to rethink his coaching philosophy based on missing the shot on the empty net. Okay.
How about that?
And it goes to overtime, and the Oil wins it. And so that thing, if I'm not mistaken, all of the series in the West were 2-2. Now they're not anymore because the Stars are up 3-2. And all of the series in the East are or were 3-1. How about that? Through 4.
Okay.
And I think it would be damn near unanimous that the Western Conference is the more difficult conference. That doesn't necessarily mean that the Western Conference will have the Stanley Cup winner, but the depth 1 through 8. Point being, I don't think too many people are sitting there going, oh, maybe the Devils can win the Cup, or maybe the Canadiens can win the Cup. And I know maybe in St. Louis people aren't observing it. Maybe some are now, because they should really have the Golden Knights down 3-1. Minnesota Wild is not just some wild card happy to be there. That's a team that got healthy at the end of the season, and they're giving Vegas all they can handle. And the Blues and Jets, I don't need to elaborate on what's going on in that series, much less what you've got going on with the Kings and the Oilers and the Avalanche and the Stars. So they're not happy there, but Mike Francesa was happy when the Giants drafted, Doug, you might remember him from Arizona State, college football playoff Cam. That's exactly right. He got drafted by the Giants. Mike Francesa not happy that Abdul Carter asked for Lawrence Taylor's number 56, but he was happy with this Giants draft pick.
I cannot believe that the Giants got Scatteraboo. I love this guy. Let me tell you something. This guy is one of the most unique players that I've seen come into the league in years. I was going to be so fascinated to see if he can be as good as I think he can be. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think he's a normal player. I think he's a special player. I think he's going to be a star. He's just got it. You know, some guys are just better than they're supposed to be. Some guys just have heart and toughness and an engine that is unique. That's this guy. He can do everything at running back. He can catch the ball. He can run. He's tough. He's physical. He's explosive. I mean, this guy, I can't wait to watch this guy. I hope they give him enough of an opportunity to show people what he can be, because I really believe this guy can be a star.
Doug, Cam Scadaboo replacing Saquon Barkley in New York.
He didn't go till the 4th round. He was a great college player.
Fun to watch.
I'll say, because I edit a lot of modern Francesa audio, he's working at about a 2 to 3 sentence a minute clip. The pauses he takes between sentences is unbelievable. It's unbelievable how long he takes.
Like to talk about Jim Rome takes?
If I didn't edit this stuff, it would be...
That wasn't edited?
No,
it was edited.
It was edited. If I didn't edit it with the pauses, you guys would think the audio was done like 5 or 6. He takes 10 to 15 second pauses.
Really?
In between sentences, like, he's unbelievable. He's got a great engine. There's a 15-second gap between that. It's crazy.
That he's got to fill time.
I see the pre-draft analysis on Cam Scadaboo had this. Scadaboo runs behind his pads.
He loved that. Pad level. He loved pad level.
Come on.
Doug, good news. The Athletic has the 2026 mock draft released.
Let's play the season first. We don't even know who's going to be on what team. Who they got going number 1 overall?
I mean, this is a guessing game. It's right up your alley.
Okay. I don't know. Initials, please.
A.M.
Abraham Myers?
Nope. Second round.
Great for us,
A.M. Aaron Mangione?
Aaron Miles.
I don't even know who these guys are.
Aaron Miles. He pitched in the game.
Yeah,
okay.
12.
Second letter, first name.
R.
Orion.
Orion?
Who the hell is that? Okay, third letter.
C.
Archie Manning.
There you go.
Yes! Oh, see, that was easy. Okay. Yeah. I wonder if he plays behind his pads.
I'll tell you what, I'm high on who they have picked number 2. Lenora Sellers.
Yeah,
I think there might be a problem. I think there might be a problem in Columbia, Missouri in September, Jackson.
I love Lenora Sellers.
I'm telling you. I'm high on that Lenora Sellers. So, Doug, you can take a look at the mock draft for 2026's draft.
How many rounds? We got all 7 rounds?
Wouldn't that be amazing? No, they only have the first 5.
Yeah, don't be dumb.
Mm-hmm. I used to love the draft when the Rams were here, though.
And then they would pick Jason Smith.
Yeah, they would.
Greg Robinson.
And I stopped loving the draft so much.
We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up on the program. If you're feeling sluggish, you're putting on some weight, especially around your belly, that can be low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. It's board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis, all during your first visit. I have been there. I have been tested. Super friendly staff, and in and out within 20 minutes. It's mentality. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio and find out how to book an appointment at mentalityhealth.com/radio. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Well, Jackson, they're not happy with you.
What the hell did I do?
Big Tuft, who I've been told is also the TMA remote lamp in the YouTube chat. Is that correct, Herman?
Among other things, I believe.
Oh, is that right? Really?
I have to tip my cap.
There was a burner accusation thrown around earlier, but until it's confirmed.
I dug a little bit. I think that was just some miscommunication.
Okay, all right. Regarding So What'd Your Grandma Think? Good God, this is a bad segment. And then they're not happy that Chris Long bumped Larry Nickel.
Oh, shucks.
No.
You want to tell us what happened last night, Doug?
I didn't watch it.
I saw a clip.
Jackson, would you like to?
I won't be fielding.
You're done.
No, I won't be fielding any complaints about that. In fact, I have a strong complaint file, and it's blue, and it looks like a recycling bin. That's what I got.
Oh,
it's my effort. What's my green effort, Paperless dossiers.
Did Larry send you hostile texts again?
Yeah.
He did?
Yeah. Taking the break.
Were they hurtful?
No. We love Larry. I don't know why Chris Long didn't bump anybody. I didn't know he was coming on. Great day. Certainly one of the greatest days.
I was watching you when it clicked, and I have not seen you perk up like that ever.
I had a feeling, and then when I heard the slight southern kind of accent there, I was like, oh, my God.
It's happening.
This is the whitest of white whales.
That's the white whale for Jackson, Chris Long. Go back and podcast Chris Long with us earlier, along with Doc Gooden, of course, Natural Parlay, following Tony La Russa and John Gruden yesterday. John Kelly with us on the program today. And we're going to get some of our friends from Winnipeg on. You're efforting the Winnipeg to get the vibe. Plus, we got our guy Alex Ford, TMA listener, driving to Winnipeg as we speak. Although the St. Charles Hermaphrodite says he's going to get to Kingdom City, eat 3-quarter pounders, and decide he doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, you couldn't even make it back home after that. You have to take a nap first.
Yeah, there's a McDonald's there, and there's a Love Superstore, super gas station across the street. Several places to eat. For sure.
So you think you're going to make it all the way to the Canadian border to get to Kingdom City?
And then you just turn around and come on back home.
Yeah, you've made it that far. You might as well go ahead and go on.
Absolutely. The Zion Air Heating and Cooling email today is next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Caw-caw, do you hear that, Battlehawks fans? Oh, another Battlehawk victory. Maybe the NFL has left St. Louis. We know what hasn't is Lee's famous recipe chicken. They're so invested in the community that they're working with the Battlehawks on their brand new St. Louis Battlehawks box. You might be wondering out there, man, I'm hungry. I want to get some lunch. And I also want to go to the Battlehawks game on Friday. Well, I got 2 birds, 1 stone for you. That's Lee's famous recipe chicken, where you get 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips, an order of potato wedges, 2 dipping sauces, and then on top of all of that, you get a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawk tickets, meaning Battlehawk tickets are starting at just $14. The box is $8.99. You want to add the beverage to wash it all down with, you just add another $1. That's a great deal over at Lee's famous recipe chicken. And on top of that, the chicken is outstanding. So get game day ready with the Battlehawks box for just $8.99, saving you 30% off Battlehawk tickets, meaning tickets are starting at just $14. This is available at any of the St. Louis area Lee's famous recipe chicken locations. And remember, the caw is the law. This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Got Game 5 action tomorrow night right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame will start at 7:30. Puck drops around 8:30. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. 100 West Dental is the sponsor of the closest to the pin at the Dotem, and that's Dr. Brandon Pryor. 100westdental.com. You can go schedule your appointment right now. No need to make a phone call, and no need to have dental insurance. They have a membership plan that'll take care of it all for you. It's 100westdental.com and Dr. Brandon Pryor. And if you're interested, mention my name. You get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100westdental.com. Doug, you're probably wondering where it is. I'll tell you where it is. It's on Manchester, and it's in Baldwin. And that's 100 West Dental, Dr. Brandon Pryor. Use my name, get $1,000 off Invisalign. Not sure about Invisalign, what it's going to look like? Well, they can do a scan to show you what it'll look like before you even go through the procedure. It's 100 West Dental. Online at 100westdental.com. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email. I agree with Doug. There's no way Jeremiah Smith isn't the first pick in 2027. He's better than Ryan Williams. I also agree with what Doug said at 7:25 this morning. This new trend of guys wearing shorts with a 4-inch inseam needs to stick around.
I didn't say any of this.
Skies out, thighs out. Reminds me of that foursome that played in the hot dog Dotem that all had matching shirts, hats, and short shorts, but had no idea what TMA is. Yeah. Hubba hubba. Thanks. That's Alan Dadeville. There was a foursome that had matching outfits at the hot dog stand.
I don't remember that, but it tracks.
Al in Dadeville.
What are the inseams that you wear, Jackson?
5.5.
5-inch inseams. Those are like Daisy Dukes.
5.5.
Do you really?
Sometimes, yeah. I got a couple of shorts like that. When you got gams like these,
You're wearing boy shorts?
Of course. Absolutely.
Why would you do something?
My swim trunks are like they have like 5.
Oh,
5.5.
no.
Yeah. You got to be careful.
Oh.
If your shorts touch your knees, you're doing it wrong.
Oh, yeah. What is
Doug,
this?
take a look at these shorts. They almost touch my knees.
Almost. Your hands
one
pants for most people.
Yours are fine.
Oh, my God. 5-inch. Wow.
Some of them, yeah. 5.5. 7 is the ideal. 7's ideal.
I'm a 7-inch inseam
7
guy.
is perfect because that falls right just above the knee. Depending on, your dimensions.
Does it say that when you buy the shorts? Does it say what the inseam
Says,
is?
look at this girl with the Daisy Dukes on. Remember that? Was that
never even
95
noticed.
South? Was that tag team?
I don't know.
There it is. Whoop, there it is.
I just tried the shorts on. I said, well, good or bad. I never measure the inseam.
That's your prerogative, brother.
Bobby Brown, 1989.
Okay.
Does it get any better than this? LaRussa and Gooden yesterday, Doc Gooden and Chris Long today. Unbelievable. The most entertaining part of today's show was watching a statuesque Jackson sit motionless out of boredom as he had to suffer through an interview that didn't revolve around Mizzou basketball. If you recall his body language during the Dennis Gates interview, he was nearly hopping up and down like an excited puppy, trying not to tinkle on the floor because he was given a fake scholarship. Today, you could see his frustrated body language during Doc's interview. I'm certain that instead of listening to Dwight Gooden tell riveting stories about the most intense rivalry in all of the 1980s, the Pale Kid was actually daydreaming about Retief Goosen and Lindy Ruff. People constantly used to give Iggy crap when he pouted, but please see the attached photo of a deeply saddened Jackson openly pouting because the conversation wasn't centered on Jimmy Butler. But how his mood did a complete 180 during the Chris Long interview. Jackie Papers went from full pout to full fanboy. I couldn't stop thinking about the movie Misery, where Annie Wilkes traps her idol Paul Sheldon in her house. I'm not saying Jackson would ever break 91's ankles, but I also wouldn't be surprised to find out he's got a Chris Long shrine at the foot of his bed.
So odd.
That's from the JV golf coach.
If you like something, you have to be like a freak about it. I don't get it.
JV golf coach.
I don't get it.
Doug, it's 11 o'clock.
And that's it. I'll go Alan Dadeville.
I agree. I'm going Alan Dadeville.
100%. The other one's
Alan Dadeville is one of the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email that we got to go by.